Patriots, the storm is not coming, it's already here. All around the world, events are unfolding at lightning speed. We've been told to trust the plan, and now that plan is coming into view. The emergency broadcast system, worldwide martial law, possible cyber attacks, and even blackouts. It's not theory anymore. It's reality knocking on our door. Let's break this down. It began on Saturday, the 14th of June, 2025, during the historic 250th Army Military Celebration. The flag flown over the Capitol that day was handed to President Trump with the words, "Mission completed. We've arrested them all in the Capitol. We've captured their flag. Now let that sink in." What mission? What flag? Who was arrested? All signs point to a decisive operation to dismantle the remnants of the deep state, those who operated within the walls of the U.S. corporation. But the mission didn't stop there. Across the nation, the unrest in cities like Los Angeles is no accident. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley described these riots as highly orchestrated and coordinated, with networks funding and supporting the chaos. And while the media spins its stories, federal forces are working to trace the money and expose the organizers. Meanwhile, we face threats on another front. Reports confirmed that an al-Qaeda leader has ordered operations targeting President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk. Embedded cells have been instructed to carry out these horrific plans, but the Patriots are ready. U.S. Northern Command has mobilized the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, alongside other federal forces to protect our homeland and stop these threats before they can take hold. On the global stage, the truth continues to surface. Russian forces have exposed illegal bioweapon labs in Ukraine, rescuing thousands of children from unimaginable conditions. And yet, the world watches as Ukraine escalates tensions, forcing President Putin to prepare a defensive nuclear response. Ask yourself, who is really the aggressor here? Let's shift to the financial battlefield. The deep state's fiat currency system crumbled on the 13th of June, 2025. President Trump's gold directive, signed months earlier, initiated military operations, seizing hidden assets across 42 countries. Over 12,000 bank branches have shuttered in the last 30 days. Accounts frozen, assets blocked, and the quantum financial system is now under full military protection. Space Force stands guard, preventing any sabotage of this monumental shift. But don't think the deep state will go quietly. Their playbook for July reportedly includes false flag operations.
If you build it, he will come. If you build it, he will come.
Did you notice the man sticking out his tongue behind Melania? During the event, the man kept staring at Melania, while Melania was smiling in front. During the event, Melania and Trump stood together with a very serious expression and seemed a little angry. But when she stood with the bald man, she kept smiling. This caused the outside world to wonder whether there was a special relationship between them. Before Melania became the First Lady, Melania was famous for appearing on the cover of fashion magazines many times, and she had nearly 50 million fans worldwide. Her high heels became one of her symbols. According to reports, Melania often went out with different men before becoming the First Lady. Even after becoming the First Lady, Melania did not let Trump hold her hand outside. Some netizens said that in this event, Melania seemed to be ordered to keep a distance from Trump. When Melania reached her seat, she looked to the side with her peripheral vision as if she felt the gaze behind her and turned her head with a smile on her face. The man behind him looked at Trump with an extremely angry look. Do you think this man has a relationship with Melania?
When, surrender God wins, we're supposed to give the 10% to the Lord. So, because we're in possession of the truth, because possession is 9/10 of the law, and 9/10 of your brain is your subconscious. It knows the truth. It's the front 10% that doesn't, that Charlie Freak, educated us on. And the surrender God wins, the Garden of Eden is -48, 254. 9/11 was on the 254th day of the year, which leaves 111, which is the start or perfection. The Garden of Eden is in your mind, 301. We were right where we want to be, 301. Was the 301st day of the year when the storm started. The storm started on 11/28, 2017, on the 301st day of the year. We are right where we want to be, 301. They are, because in the art of war, you don't pull the trigger until you're right where you want to be. And we are right where we want to be, 301, because if we didn't want to be here, we'd have been somewhere else. And you have to surrender to get to that 10%. In the front, you have to go down the hall and to the left. You have to go, your brain is 2 hemispheres. They don't have, in school, they're cutting the PE, which is creative, because there's no, A, B, C, D way to do it. Sports. It's some people are better at stuff because they're more creative. Some have more talent, but some are just, they think better. And there's no music, there's no a library. They cut all that stuff because that's all the creative side on the right side of your brain. They have the logical stuff, the mathematical stuff on the left side to pull the lever, push the button, A, B, C, D, true, false, all that crap. That's where they keep you. They don't want you to go to the other side of your hemisphere. You don't go to the other hemisphere, which is down the hall and to the left, which Donald Trump said in Home Alone 2.
Where's the lobby?
Down the hall and to the left.
It's about, on the 278th day of the year, what storm, Mr. President, 278? They have no power over me, 278. So when Trump says we're fighting an invisible enemy, you are your own worst enemy. This is about, do you have your popcorn ready, 345? Do you have your weakness ready, 345? We're fighting an invisible enemy. You are your own worst enemy. So I've always said, long before I was on Telegram, that the Garden of Eden was in your mind, in your head. So the Garden of Eden is in your mind, 301. We are right where we want to be, 301. We are in the Garden of Eden anytime we want to be there.
You're going to be in the Situation Room pretty soon with the president. Is he still aiming for a nuclear deal with the Iranians?
Of course. The president's, as he said today, his position has not changed. What you're watching in real time is peace through strength and America first. Our job is to be strong. We are postured defensively in the region to be strong in pursuit of a peace deal. And we certainly hope that's what happens here. And America first means we're going to defend American personnel and American interests. So when you see jets and you see air defense assets and counter UAS assets, that's because my job as the Secretary of Defense is to ensure that our people are safe and that we're strong so that we can set the conditions for a deal. And President Trump's made it clear it's on the table. The question is whether Iran will take it.
All right. So the deal is still on the table, but all options are on the table from what it sounds like. What does that look like?
What it looks like right now is we're vigilant. we're prepared, and we've messaged consistently from the beginning that we're in the region to defend our people and our assets. And Israel took an action out of self-defense. We believe that Iran, as President has said from the beginning, should not have a nuclear weapon. That position hasn't changed. They can give it up peacefully. That position hasn't changed. And as a result, right now, we've got assets in the region and we're going to defend them. And we're going to be strong in the process. So, people are reading into a lot of aspects right now. We're strong. We're prepared. We're defensive. And President Trump hopes, there can be peace.
By Russia. Now, if you look at it, Germany is a captive of Russia because they supply. They got rid of their coal plants. They got rid of their nuclear. They're getting so much of the oil and gas from Russia. I think it's something that NATO has to look at. I think it's very inappropriate. You and I agree that it's inappropriate. I don't know what you can do about it now, but it certainly doesn't seem to make sense that they pay billions of dollars to Russia, and now we have to defend them against Russia.
You know, NATO is an alliance of 29 nations, and there are sometimes differences and different views and also some disagreements. And the gas pipeline from Russia to Germany is one issue where allies disagree. But the strength of NATO is that despite these differences, we have always been able to unite around our core task to protect and defend each other, because we understand that we are stronger together than apart. I think that 2 world wars and the Cold War taught us that we are stronger together than apart.
But how can you be together when a country is getting its energy from the person you want protection against or from the group that you want protection?
Because we understand that when we stand together, also when dealing with Russia, we are stronger. I think what we have seen is that...
No, you're just making Russia richer.
Well,
you're not dealing with Russia, you're making Russia richer.
So I think that even during the Cold War, NATO allies were trading with Russia. Then there have been disagreements about what kind of trade arrangements we should go into.
I think trade is wonderful. I think energy is a whole different story. I think energy is a much different story than normal trade. And you have a country like Poland that won't accept the gas. You take a look at some of the countries, they won't accept it because they don't want to be captive to Russia. But Germany, as far as I'm concerned, is captive to Russia because it's getting so much of its energy from Russia. So we're supposed to protect Germany, but they're getting their energy from Russia. Explain that. And it can't be explained, you know that.
You guys are so cool. You're so real. Can I touch you? Oh, thank you.
Are you real or fake? Are you real?
Am I real? I don't know. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
No, te está grabando.
Sir, can I ask why you're out here protesting today?
Because someone's got to lie to the Hispanics to make them think the Republicans are the bad guys.
Why are you out here today?
As a liberal, we have to make the world think we're caring people. Editing.
What made you decide to come out here today?
I gave up my job to protest full time, so poor people don't have to.
What's the main goal of today's protest?
We're here for unity, so if you don't agree, get the fuck out. What exactly are you protesting today?
I don't know the issue, but I stand in solidarity with whatever's trending right now.
What's your goal being out here today?
These people don't vote unless you scare them. That's why we show up.
I major in social justice, so I know what's best for communities I've never lived in.
Why are you out here protesting today?
Because people of color need strong white allies like me to fight their battles for them.
Because someone's got to rile up this community into thinking the right's the bad guys.
Today, many countries are constructing deep underground bunkers, which are at 80 to 90 meters below the Earth's surface. The only weapon that can penetrate that deep is the American GBU-57. This massive ordnance can penetrate more than 200 meters underground. But there's a problem. The GBU-57 has a length of 6 meters and weighs 13 tons. Only the B-2 stealth bomber of the United States Air Force can deploy this big bomb.
You don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
I got us one on you at this.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
In response to Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you were complicit in the war.
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen.
And quickly, have you spoken to Zelensky before your...
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent.
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible? Is that possible in the next 24 hours?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah.
Celebration. And failed presidential candidate Hillary Clinton tonight is facing a major backlash after her comments celebrating the left's protest while degrading the military parade, and she was not alone. Take a look at some of the members of the legacy media mob that are officially dead, gone, and buried. Rest in peace.
You can only serve one master, and you cannot be true to yourself if you get off that path. That Trump train runs on tracks, straight and narrow. I walk the line because you are mine. I'm trying to be in the light and positive, and you can't be around people that aren't. The people that just aren't like that, they just, sorry, but you can't be around us. Either riding high and in the light, or you're not here. There's no baggage compartment on the Trump train. There's no baggage that's coming with it. Either you come with no baggage, or you're not getting on the train.
You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
In the days after the September attacks, there were countless rumors about strange coincidences surrounding the events. One report about a group of Middle Eastern men spotted the morning of September 11th parked just across the river from New York City has not gone away.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how
We're not humans, and this isn't Earth. You're not a human, and this place around you is not Earth. They've lied to you about what you are and where you are. Look at this Sumerian handbasket, because what you need to realize is there's something people don't pay attention to. He's filling the handbasket with these little acorns. You see what he's holding in his hand right there? It's called the bucket and the cone. And that's the arch. The bucket is the arch, the basket, and the cone is what's in his hand. When it comes to the bucket and the cone, the arch and the pine cone is the skull and the mind, or the brain and the mind. We're not like them. They not like us. Now this deity got a pine cone and he's stuffing it into a basket. And we go Easter egg hunting. And when we go Easter egg hunting, we put our Easter eggs in a basket. And the deity that's filling up the basket with pine cones, the basket is the earth realm. And the egg that he putting in it is your soul into the matrix. Earth is a handbasket. And the eggs that's inside of this earth realm are the human Pokemon balls. Every human up in here look like a Pokemon ball. This is what you look like. You look like an Easter egg. You can't see your energy bubble around your body, but the earth is like a big old handbasket filled up with all these little Easter eggs called humans. And it's waiting for us to hatch out of our little bubble. And that's when a human becomes a spirit or an angel and graduate. That's resurrection. That's why we break the eggs. So they put the eggs in the basket, or they put the pine cone in the arch, right? The deity that we see here putting the pine cone inside that basket is the one that put the mind inside the brain. This is the knowledge of how the mind gets in between the left and right brain. And the earth is your body, because when we dream, your body is asleep in another world. And when you wake from the dream, you will see that the world around you, that darkness in the night sky, was the blackness behind your sleeping eyes from a dream. Awakening is the way out. Now the Easter egg is the Pokemon ball. And when we break the egg for resurrection, we let the monster out the ball. The truth is that everything is Saturn. And what I mean by that, our entire universe is a ripple effect that we're calling Saturn. It's a black hole that starts from a singular point and it spans forever. But this code of the energy expanding forever is you inside of your chakra layers. Now here go the handbasket right here, and they told you it's woven together. That's called string theory. That's the theory behind what creates time. Time is a medium that's containing you. This was called the god Chronos, Saturn, right here. This is what all of time is, the light that you see recycling around this black hole. That light is creating the construct that we call Earth.
If I told you that the man in charge of making reports of child safety in the family court and the head of the Australian Psychiatric Society was a convicted pedophile, you'd probably call me a liar. However, I'm not. Bob Montgomery, a family court legal expert who would write reports into the safety of children and shockingly always believe they're safe despite them being in the care of convicted sex offenders, is a convicted pedophile. He was also the head of the Australian Psychiatric Society. He was also the Big Brother 7:30 report and various other TV shows psychiatric expert. He was recruited by a fellow pedophile to lead up Bond University's examination into child safety. The list goes on and on and on. It's insane. When Child Protection would ask for a report to be done and they'd say Bob Montgomery's handling it, he would charge them $5,000 to $7,000 for the report, firstly. Secondly, the child protection workers would then say, we don't want Bob because it always comes back in favour of the at-risk parent. What a shock. What I'd like to know is, when they found out Bob was a convicted pedophile, why didn't they go and reopen his cases? Why weren't these cases reinvestigated? If he was the expert whose expert testimony sent these kids to live with abusers, why were the cases not reopened? Our system is corrupt to its utter core.
But I come here for you, because I believe you're amazing. It's good to be in a room with fake beer. Having just gone out of rehab, that's a good choice. Because I was violating my standards quicker than I could lower them. But, uh-oh. Going to forget that. I've never had an entire audience just go, forget you! You have no idea! I was also wondering what's coming from that way. That an entire group of military people turned that fucking way. That's not, I know what that was. Can someone tell me what that was? Reveille! Retreat! It wasn't retreat, was it?
The flag was going down.
The flag was going down. Okay. But you don't have to retreat. I imagine that's not really in the orders at this moment. Back up the shit! We gotta go! Get me... Obviously you're going, not a bad idea. You gotta finish here first, but we'll go. So the flag's coming down. Okay, good, because that's pretty weird in the middle of your act to have everyone just go. That's just like, wow! It's like in the middle of sex to go, bye-bye. It's been fun. I would like to, no. My underwear has to go back on. Wow.
Yeah. Taking care 1,000 miles for you. I dried your tears of pain 1,000,000 times for you. I'd sell my soul for money to burn for you. I give you all and have nothing. Just a, just a, just a, just a, to have you here by me. Because in the midnight hour, she's my more. With a rebel yell, she's my more. Wow, in the midnight hour, more. With a rebel yell, she's my more. Oh yeah, little baby, she want more. Oh yeah, little angel, she want more.
We've pulled off a number of surprises. When the dust settles, you're going to see some surprises on Thursday night and Friday that will make the beeper operation almost seem simple.
I am demanding full accountability and reimbursement for the local costs incurred, including injuries to local officers and damages caused by the chaos unleashed when the Trump administration recklessly deployed the military and ICE agents into our communities. They are the ones who created this unrest, and they are the ones that need to foot the bill.
A study from the Media Research Center shows that from June 11th to the 12th, CNN and MSNBC personalities insisted the anti-ICE demonstrations were peaceful 211 times.
Say it one more time.
211 times they were peaceful.
This geoengineering where they're dropping nano aluminum from the atmosphere, and it goes into the nose, it goes directly into the brain, and it goes to the part of the brain that is most affected in Alzheimer's disease. I warned of that. I said, if you do that, they're going to have increased Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, and both have increased significantly since they've been doing this on a large scale.
My biggest concern is the stratospheric aerosol injections that are continuously peppered on us every day. Bromium, aluminum, strontium, it's sprayed in our skies all day long. And I know you've talked to Dane Wigington about this. He seems to be one of the experts in the field.
Is there a question?
Yes. How do we stop it?
That is not happening in my agency. You know, we don't do that. It's done, we think, by DARPA. And a lot of it now is coming out of the jet fuel. Yes, so, you know, those materials are put in jet fuel. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop it. We're bringing on somebody who's going to think only about that, find out who's doing it, and holding them accountable.
Because of blood clots. And then 2 people I knew had strokes. Mm-hmm. And I was like, hold the fuck up.
Yep.
And then I got real nervous because there was a lot of family members that were like really pushing it. You need to get vaccinated. Everyone should get vaccinated. Have you gotten vaccinated? Get vaccinated. We all need to do our part. We all need to get vaccinated. And, you know, then I became a heretic. Right? Then I was like, okay, I don't think I want to do it. And I had a bunch of friends that had horrible side effects, including one of them who is a young guy who is a pacemaker now.
Yeah, yeah.
His heart stopped beating for like 9 seconds at a time and he would black out. It was wild shit was happening. And I was like, I don't understand why this isn't on the news. I don't understand. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm the news. I'm like, I have to be the news.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the news. I like talking shit. I like having a bunch of comedians here. We have laughs. We get silly. Have a few drinks, watch some funny videos, crack each other, have fun. Or scientists. I like to have fascinating people in here. Tell me how the cosmos was formed. I don't want to be someone who distributes information to the masses that's been lied to. I don't have any lofty goals like that. Like I want to be the one who tells the truth. And that's not what I do.
No.
There is no separation from you and your son, only in the physical. The physical is not our ultimate reality. It's an illusion. It's a dream. It's a 3D image we have. No, there is no separation between you and your loved one. It's impossible. Of course, we all will connect again in a different place, in a different time, but not in a physical body. It can never be broken between you, your son or daughter, or your pets, anything you love. There's the love connection. It cannot be broken. It's eternal.
Army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off, taking their time right behind my back.
So let me get this straight. We're supposed to believe that a man who was appointed by Tim Walz, worked under his own administration, who was also praised by Tim Walz publicly. Well, of course, that was before those tweets were taken down in the last couple of days. We're supposed to believe that that guy was a radical right-wing extremist who took this woman's life as well as her husband because he voted for Trump. If we were living in the Stone Age of media, this may have actually passed as the story. However, this ain't that. We are living in a world where we can clearly see which side each individual stands on. And as you see here, we have Vance, along with his wife, at an anti-Trump protest. Now again, this is a man who was appointed by Tim Walz, was celebrated by Tim Walz. A man who took the life of a congresswoman that happened to recently vote in opposition to her party when it came to a piece of legislation that would give free health care to illegal immigrants. Those are the facts. Now, as far as what we're hearing about this man and his history and this so-called roommate of his, I mean, this is a married man who just so happens to have this roommate who's a pizza guy. I guess you can connect the dots for yourself on this one.
Exclusive update on the swatting investigation that's currently being led by the FBI. Before I do that, I have a disclosure to make. Now, as many of you guys know, I was one of the very first journalists to be doing the digging into all of this. Conservative influencers all across the country were being swatted, and well, we didn't know who was doing it. So I was the very first one to dig, and I was the one to notice patterns. And obviously that did garner a lot of views, which earned the FBI's attention, and then they got involved. And as a result of all of that, it wasn't just the FBI's attention I got. Obviously, the person or group of people who were behind all of this suddenly were paying attention to me. And as a result, they ended up targeting my family and myself. Now, although we weren't swatted, they did start receiving pizza delivery orders, and family members who I literally haven't even spoken to in years, people who do not see eye to eye with me on politics, they actually hate my political views, they started to suddenly receive these orders. Now, it wasn't just that. I was also getting email death threats, and I'll put something on the screen for you right now. But the individual who's doing this, or the group that's doing this, made a very fatal mistake, and I was able to, with the help of someone else, get a bunch of metadata on all of this. Now, I met with the FBI 2 months ago, and during my meeting, one of the agents, when I disclosed that I had over 137 pages worth of metadata that I'd like to turn over on the person sending me the death threats, they were like, 137 pages is a lot. It's a lot. And they weren't very happy. They really didn't want to accept it all. But I forwarded it to them anyway. And I also broke down, just in case they were feeling lazy, they didn't feel like digging through all of it. I broke down specifically each of the companies that they could issue these subpoenas to. Now, I asked the FBI if they've issued subpoenas to these companies, and they tell me that they cannot disclose that information to me. So I don't even know if the information that I handed over to the agency was ever actually carried through. But what I can tell you is this. I did receive an FBI update on the subject matter, and I've been told that the FBI will not be filing charges for my case. I've also been told that they have not been able to identify the person who is behind this or the group that's behind this. And that's where we stand today. So the individual who's sending me death threats, likely if you're watching this, you're going to think that you're empowered. You're probably going to try to send some more. But here are the two avenues now that I have to go about this. I could just publicly release these 137 pages and allow you all at home to help me sift through it. I've also got former members of the NSA who I could also reach out to and have them go through it all. Or I could go through the civil courts. I could sue you as an unnamed defendant and force the courts to issue or allow me to issue subpoenas and to get all the information from all these companies myself and do the digging myself. Now, obviously, that's a very expensive task to take up, so we're going to consider it. But the reality of it is this. When the FBI director, Kash Patel, comes out and he goes on Joe Rogan's show and he says just the other day that he, too, was swatted, we've got a real issue on our hands. We have emboldened individuals, whether they're foreign or domestic, sitting here and trying to get conservatives murdered at their front doors. At what point do we say enough is enough? Now, I get it. I think Dan Bongino is doing an incredible job. I know it's a very tough job, and I don't shift any blame towards him. And I don't shift any blame towards other individuals. I know that they're all trying, but the reality of it is the FBI, yes, they do have some lazy employees still there. So it'll take a very long time for them to sift through them and toss them out. But then there's also the front that I think we all need to take up on, and the fact that these individuals are so emboldened to go after the director of the FBI that they don't care, they don't fear consequences. Well, why is that? I look forward to doing some more digging on the subject matter and keeping you in the loop.
The war in Syria, and you may actually hear from grown-up reporters who are lying through their teeth or ignorant beyond imagining that, oh, the war in Syria, yes, Russia intervened in Syria. Well, do you know that that Obama tasked the CIA to overthrow the Syrian government, starting 4 years before Russia intervened? What kind of nonsense is that? And how many times did the New York Times report on Operation Timber Sycamore, which was the presidential order to the CIA to overthrow Bashar al-Assad? 3 times in 10 years. This is not democracy. This is a game. And it's a game of narrative. Why did the U.S. invade Iraq in 2003? Well, first of all, it was completely phony pretenses. It wasn't, oh, we were so wrong, they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. They actually did focus groups in the fall of 2002 to find out what would sell that war to the American people. Abe Schultzke, if you want to know the name of the PR genius. They did focus groups on the war. They wanted the war all the time. They had to figure out how to sell the war to the American people, how to scare the shit out of the American people. It was a phony war. Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had from 1995 onward the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you. Because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way. But that war was totally phony. So what is this democracy versus dictatorship? Come on. These are not even sensible terms.
Bernie Sanders, Charlie, just says he's going to introduce a resolution, the No War versus Iran Act. He says it's going to be an illegal war the president is going to take us into. Some people on the right, they're saying don't forget about Iraq. How are you reconciling these issues?
Well, first, this is the moment that President Trump was elected for. Thank God that we have President Trump in the Oval Office with this high stakes situation. Look, President Trump 10 years ago, he went down the golden escalator. And when he announced for the presidency 10 years ago to this day, he remade the Republican Party on foreign policy. He said no more permanent wars in the Middle East. He criticized the Bush-Cheney philosophy of endless quagmires. Albeit, though, he is not an isolationist. He is willing to use violent and precise force against our enemies, like taking out Soleimani or dropping the Moab, if and when necessary. President Trump understands his base extraordinarily well. He knows that his base does not want another Iraq. He does not want Libya, does not want a civil war or bedlam where the United States is left carrying the bag. But also President Trump has been morally clear for a decade. Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. And President Trump has the talent, the expertise to be able to thread that needle. The generation that I represent, Jesse, the under 30 crowd, they absolutely are very war weary. Many of them voted for President Trump on college campuses because they did not want to see a Joe Biden or George Bush philosophy where we get into this endless conflict where we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars. I think President Trump will be able to balance those two things while defending our allies, saying that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon without having to deploy a single American troop or even having America involved from the sky. President Trump can get that deal done while fulfilling the mandate that the voters gave him.
How powerful words can be.
What? All you all think smoking kills? Let me tell you something. Do you know that the amount of people dying from diabetes are 3 times as many people dying from smoking? Yet if I pulled a Snicker bar, nobody would say anything. Do you know that the leading cause of lung cancer is not actually a cigarette? It's your DNA. You could smoke for years and nothing will ever happen to you. This whole war against smoking is just to restrict the farming of tobacco. Mr. Council Chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, I use these arguments, even though I just made them up, with a group of my friends. And the results, 5 of them believed what I said. 2 of them started smoking. Words, when said and articulated in the right way, can change someone's mind. They can alter someone's belief. You have the power to bring someone from the slums of life and make a successful person out of them. Or destroy someone's happiness using only your words. Does that seem a bit too good to be true? A simple choice of word can make a difference between someone accepting or denying your message. You can have a very beautiful thing to say, but say it in the wrong words and it's gone. I have a son who's 4, and he had this bad habit of writing on the walls with crayons. And one evening I walked into his room and he's going at it, just writing and drawing and so on, and I said, hey. Are you stupid? Don't you ever do that again. And guess what happened? He did it again. Nobody likes to be threatened. Nobody likes to be intimidated. His pride would not allow it. He did it again just to spite me. A week later, I walked into his room and again, he's going at it. And this time, he was even looking at me just... I came down and I said, sweetie, come here. Don't do that. You're a big boy now. And he never did it again. Because his pride wants him to be the big boy.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
People are saying the woman
Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting, guys and gals. President Trump, Mr. Vice President John F. Kennedy Jr. Good to see you guys. It's getting a little toasty today, wasn't it? I went out and mowed my yard. So we got some stuff to look at. We got quite a bit of stuff to look at. You know, today's the 17th, and it's 17 days out until July 4th, which is pretty cool in my opinion. So, from what I'm reading here, it says Kristi Noem was rushed to the hospital due to an allergic reaction and taken out of precaution. What do you guys think? That's all the report says so far. See if I even have the pictures here somewhere. Did you guys see that? It just came up not that long ago, and then it finally came out that it had something to do with an allergic reaction. But that's about it so far. Anyway, I say that with just because Al Qaeda has sort of put out these, like, I don't know, you'd say hits on a bunch of people in Trump's administration. So there's that. That was everybody's first thoughts, I think, when they read the story. All right, let's take a look at everything going on. We got some posts to look at today. This is from SG Anon. I wonder why POTUS is wearing a lapel pin at G7 showing a U.S.-Canada flag as one interwoven display. Nino posted, everything you're seeing right now is a build-up to the nuclear scare event. And he's right. Do yourself a favor and get ahead of the ball. No need to fear, Nino's here. It's funny. But he's right, though. Everything you're seeing is building up to the scare event. You know it by now. And everything's winding up and winding down at the same time, if that makes any sense at all. Of course, I don't know. Winding down, that might be a bit of a stretch, but I would say we're at the last stretch, the final stretch. Shout out to all Israel-pilled Q followers that haven't jumped ship. You're a rare breed. You know, I don't know exactly what that means. I assume that means you know the truth about Israel. Israel-pilled Q followers, though the post doesn't go into that detail like you'd probably like to have. A couple other posts. These from Donaldo Trumpo. We're not going to war with Iran, but we did find out who our real friends are. And neither side eats bacon, so you can't trust them. Bring it on. You can't fear the storm when you are the friggin' storm. And they say, you know, you're in the storm. Stop thinking it's coming because you're in it now. All right. Moving forward with these posts. More Trump posts from today. Unconditional surrender. That's what he's expecting. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader's hiding. He's an easy target, but is safe there. We're not going to take him out, kill, at least for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I kind of take a slight issue there because right now it's Israel that's killing civilians. So just saying, we'll get into that story soon. Candace Owens posted this. I should probably shut the fuck up and go back to investigating Bridget Macron's penis. What the hell got into her? I don't know. I don't even want to know, I don't think. But you go back to investigating Mr. Macron, Miss Macron's penis. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. Had to share those. Unconditional surrender. Publicity-seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said that I left a G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way to D.C., but it certainly has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. So just wanted to share those Trump posts. This was from Pete Hegseth earlier. Over the weekend, I directed the deployment of additional capabilities to the United States Central Command. Yeah, is that from yesterday? That's from yesterday. Apologies. My God. We also talked about the Trump phone yesterday, but I wanted to go ahead and show you the stuff people were posting. I assume it's out now. No, it says the phone will be available in September. Damn, people. You're getting a jump on that. Everybody, is it going to be one of those things where people are like in line for the Trump phone? Previously unknown Iranian nuclear facility spanning 2,500 acres just picked up by satellite imagery. Tell me how the hell that happens. You know that's like a bunch of bullshit. We just talked about how we picked up a small, teeny tiny radio wave from beneath the ice in Antarctica the other day, and you're expected to believe that we suddenly found this 2,500 acre nuclear facility in Iran that we didn't know was there. I don't know, maybe, but. So at the parade the other day, the Secret Service agent sitting behind President Trump was apparently the same agent at Bush Sr.'s funeral that gave Laura Bush the envelope that led to Jeb Bush dropping his jaw in shock. You remember all that. It's in my intro there at the very beginning, but I'll show you this. Yep. Pretty cool, huh? Trump's right-hand man, I assume. And Kraft Heinz to eliminate all their chemical dyes over the next 2 years. Maker of Kool-Aid and Jell-O. Whoa, what happened? Did everybody get swamped out? Am I still on the air? Can I get a thumbs up? My computer went scrambly. Maker of Kool-Aid and Jell-O announced the change 2 months after Robert F. Kennedy Jr. moved to ban artificial food dyes. The company also announced it will remove the remaining FD&C colors from its U.S. product portfolio before the end of 2027. Already, nearly 90% of Kraft Heinz's U.S. products are free of colors, but a small portion currently contain them. So I think I do remember that, them removing stuff from like their macaroni and yada yada. 2 corporate executives sentenced in first ever criminal prosecution for failure to report under the Consumer Product Safety Act. And let's see if I can read some of this. 2 California businessmen were sentenced in Los Angeles today for conspiracy and failing to report information related to defective dehumidifiers linked to multiple residential fires. Holy shit. U.S. District Court Judge Dale Fisher sentenced Simon Chu from Pomona and Charlie Lowe of Arcadia to serve 38 and 40 months in prison, respectively, plus 3 years of supervised release for their roles in conspiracy to defraud the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission and in failing to furnish information as required by the Consumer Product Safety Act. Lovely. They're lucky no one died, I assume, or they'd be getting charged with something else, probably. So, Elon's been a little erratic lately, as you know, and posting all kinds of different things. I don't know where this came from. How many engines, Elon? Starship will have 42 engines. But anyway, people were talking about him being on drugs, and so he posted a piss test. a drug test showing all negative results. Though, I mean, do you really buy anything from the basically one of the richest people on the planet? It's like, it wouldn't be that hard to pay someone off, print something up. Everybody was talking about him being on ketamine last I saw, so I don't know. He's the one that put it out there showing that he's not on any drugs at all. And it's a big panel of stuff right there. It tests for about everything. Crazy. Including ketamine, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. He took the big drug tests. What is that? Like a 20 panel? 30? I don't know. So that's Elon. He's a little erratic these days. Representative Mike Collins posted Trust the Plan yesterday. Thought that was kind of cool. MAGA Brittany says, we got a lot of interesting theories we're going to look at today. What if it's not nuclear bombs, but really all the blackmail that gets publicly dropped? I mean, I don't know. Somehow I doubt it. You know, I think they want an attack to happen here for some reason, yet you can't kill people. That's why I was thinking, you know, maybe all that stuff we saw a while back about the Golden Gate Bridge, maybe they just like knocked the bridge down. I don't know. The monetary reset isn't coming. It's already been modeled. This is from Captain Kyle. You're watching headlines. They're building new economy behind the curtain. The Federal Reserve notes are gone. The U.S. debt clock now lists future U.S. Treasury dollars, not Fed notes. No press release, no vote, just soft disclosure that the private money printer is being replaced by a sovereign system. Gold and silver are not obsolete. They've been suppressed. Real dollar to gold value. Interesting. You're not just underpaid, you're lied to about what money is. Hidden wealth isn't missing, it's just being repurposed. $173 trillion in asset backing. Damn. So, this is the foundation of a new asset-backed treasury dollar. The future is debtless, bankless, sovereign. $1 trillion in saved interest per year by eliminating federal debt servicing. $39,000 saved per adult annually. That's pretty cool. All right. Moving forward, though. Let's look at another theory here. This one, I think this is also from Kyle. Everyone thinks Trump's evacuate Tehran warning means he wants war. But what if it's the opposite? What if this is the final act of a long game to dismantle the petrodollar empire without firing a shot? Think about it. Trump knows the Middle East conflict is rooted in a dying system. Endless wars to protect dollar dominance, oil trade locked in U.S. dollars, proxy chaos to keep asset-rich nations under control. But that system is crumbling. Iraq's getting ready, so is BRICS. Gold-backed trade is coming. The dollar's grip is slipping. So what does Trump do? He lets the old guard overplay their hand. He applies just enough pressure to bring the whole thing to a boil, not to launch the war, but to expose the scam. And when it all breaks, a new system emerges. Asset-backed, digitally settled, multipolar, and transparent. Not built on bombs, built on real value. That's how you kill the war machine, not with protests, not with speeches, with precision chaos followed by a controlled reset. Watch closely. The world's about to change, and most people are too distracted by smoke to see who's setting the fire. Pretty cool. They're already projecting what a post-Fed interest-free monetary system would look like. It's not theoretical, it's operational. The U.S. debt clock is no longer tracking failure, it's forecasting the exit. So, yeah, I have to say, I think he's pretty right on that. I don't know if it fully connects to the evacuate Tehran thing, but I do know that he doesn't want war. You know, I think the media is very much trying to make it look like we're getting involved or are involved or we're calling the shots or we're going to get involved any minute. I don't think that's the situation at all, but let's keep getting through these stories because we got a lot of good Patriots to check out tonight. Indonesia's Mount Luatobi Laki-Laki volcano erupts and unleashes a colossal ash tower. This is actually some amazing videos. I'll show you the small one here first. That thing erupted. Check this one out. Kind of looks like some hellfire there, doesn't it? I like how they're all just standing there. I assume they just, I don't know. Maybe they're used to it. That's Indonesia. In Iowa, deputies raided an Iowa church and removed 88 children participating in a Bible study camp as part of a sweeping human trafficking investigation, police said yesterday. The youngsters are now in protective custody of local agencies after they were taken from the Shekinah Glory Camp run by Kingdom Ministry of Rehab and Recreation, according to police and local reports. Deputies executing search warrants removed the children over the weekend and took them to nearby Wapello Methodist Church to meet with the child protection workers. It was incredibly hard to find a story on this, but I did.
Breaking news, Top Share News at 5 as we're working to learn more about dozens of children in protective custody after deputies in Louisa County conducted a child safety operation. Good evening, I'm Jake Eastburn in for Sharon. TV6's investigates. Matt Christensen is at the camp where children were recovered. Matt, what do we know about this camp?
Hey, Jake. Yeah, we know the camp is called Kingdom Ministries Rehab and Recreation Camp, but it's not what you might think of in a typical camp for teenagers. You can see over the left shoulder on your right side of your screen, rather, small residence. There's some outbuildings here and some soccer nets. But I talked to some of the religious leaders here today who said those children, those 88 children, were from all over the country and that they'd come here for a summer camp. A 15-year-old, they said, called police because he didn't want to be here. Now, I talked to Victor Boy. He's worked security, he said, during the camp here, and is the son of one of the ministers. He said that no children were ever in danger.
Was that child harmed in any way?
No, we never harmed that child. We loved him. We bought him shoes. We bought him, we bought him shoes. We bought him like $400 shoes, clothing, everything.
Now, Boy said no camp leaders have been arrested, but they've contacted their lawyers and they're under investigation related to human trafficking. Now, coming up on your news at 6, we'll share more from what we had with those conversations with the camp leaders, and I'll tell you a little bit more about what was happening here when police arrived. Live near Wapello and Columbus Junction.
What do you guys
Matt
think?
Christensen,
TV6 Investigate.
What's your gut telling you on that? Something doesn't feel right, does it? I don't know. But I hope I'm not like secretly basing that in my gut off of them being foreign or something. But the police don't just investigate you for human trafficking for no reason. It's supposed to be a church camp, for crying out loud. Are kids not safe anywhere? They took 88 kids out of there, for Christ's sake. That is terrible. I mean, your kids really aren't safe anywhere. They're not safe anywhere. That was supposed to be a place to supposedly for rehabilitation. $400 shoes my ass. Yeah, if you have that kind of money from running a little church camp, something's wrong. ICE has arrested the New York City comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander. That was Probably just a bunch of show there, but
Keep going. Back up. Sorry, back up. I'm gonna make this difficult. Sorry. Back up. Just back up. Let's not cause any problems. I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it? Where is the warrant? I would like to see the warrant. I would like to see the warrant, and then I will let go. I would like to see the warrant, and then I will let go. Take him in. Let's go. You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Sir, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
that is a little odd, don't you
I'm standing
think?
right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant.
We go too. Sorry. No way. I'm safe. Where are you taking him?
I didn't know ICE could arrest U.S. citizens.
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens, where are you taking me? And with what authority?
Why are you arresting me?
With what authority?
Where are you taking him?
I assume he was obstructing justice, but that's about all I can guess right now. 17, yes, that's right, 17 U.S. military airplanes headed to assist Israel in dealing the final blow to the Islamic regime, which has occupied Iran since 1979. I don't think that's what they're going to do. In fact, that's kind of counterproductive, or not counterproductive, but to his own post there, we're not going there to assist. We're not going there for war that I know of. Iran is not a Muslim country. Occupation. It began with our Democrat presidents, Jimmy Carter. Yeah, it actually goes back a lot farther than that. Goes back to Iran's oil being controlled by Britain and them trying to get their oil control back, and then Britain getting together with the CIA and throwing a revolution and a coup. And nearly 1 million illegal immigrants have self-deported under Trump, which has led to higher wages. It's crazy. The China embassy is urging people to leave Israel, as are a lot of countries urging people to leave Israel and Iran. China I just use as the example because the next story has to do with China. And this whole driver's license things, this is actual proof getting out there in the news today, which it took a little bit, but about the 2020 election being rigged. The FBI has located documents which detail alarming allegations related to the 2020 U.S. election, including allegations of interference by the CCP. China had mass-produced the fake U.S. driver's license to hijack the election for Joe Biden. There's a video here somewhere. What did I do with my video? Which kind of relates to this Q post. What happens if China successfully duplicates clones ballots in battleground states? Yep. And it connects to this precedent set by the United States Supreme Court. The SCOTUS ruled in a landmark case in United States versus Throckmorton, 1878, that fraud vitiates everything. By categorically asserting that fraud vitiates everything, the SCOTUS affirms that perpetrating fraud undermines the entire endeavor, the whole contract, the complete judgment, the final result, or the election outcome. Once the fraud is proven, the enterprise in its entirety, such as a POTUS candidate, has been irreparably tainted and the result invalidated. In other words, if it was only the Michigan vote was stolen by Team Biden, their victory would still have been nullified, since fraud vitiates everything. Interesting, huh? President Trump is therefore the victor of the 2020 POTUS election by default, by law, and according to the United States Constitution in regards to United States versus Throckmorton. And they don't have to prove any more than that, really. It nullifies the election. Kind of simple. Yes, and FBI Director Kash Patel handed those documents over to Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, and I guarantee you, you will see that go places soon. Let's take a look.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers in Chicago have seized more than 19,000 fake IDs in the first half of this year, with the majority arriving from China and Hong Kong. According to a news release issued by the CBP, the fake driver's licenses were intercepted at the International Mail Facility at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport between January 1st and June 30th this year. CBP Chicago said on Twitter, "Take a look at these IDs. Same person, different bioinfo." Officers in Chicago have kept a tally of how many fraudulent IDs have come through the O'Hare Mail Facility. From January 1st to June 30th, CBP officers have seized nearly 20,000 counterfeit driver's licenses. The 19,888 seized fraudulent IDs, which arrived from China, Hong Kong, the United Kingdom, and South Korea, were in the majority of cases headed for neighboring states, mainly for college-aged students. CBP's Ralph Piccirilli said in a statement, "These counterfeit driver's licenses can lead to disastrous consequences. Criminal organizations use these counterfeit IDs to avoid attracting attention to their illegal activities." CBP said many of the fraudulent IDs had the same photograph.
That's a lot of IDs, isn't it? And let's see if this was anything.
This is live breaking news, Ned's Nation. The FBI director, Kash Patel, just posted this on X late Monday evening, late last night, saying the FBI has located documents which detail alarming allegations related to the 2020 U.S. election, including allegations of interference by none other than the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. He says, "I have immediately declassified."
And that's why Juan told us before all this, it all went back to China, and we were going to probably have some issues there. And now it's starting to make a little more sense. A couple posts from Anna Paulina Luna today. First, she corrected this one story that said Israeli news says the U.S. is attacking in Iran, saying this is not true. American forces are maintaining their defensive posture, and that has not changed. Then she said President Trump has and will always be first and foremost a builder of communities, relationships, and our nation. If President Trump wanted to take military action, he would have done so already. I'm seeing many people speculate as to what's happening behind closed doors, but the fact is the circle is very small and not many people know what is happening other than the president's team and a select few. He's been right on many occasions and thus far has made the best decisions regarding the pursuit of peace, encouraging peace talks, as well as putting Americans first and keeping our service members safe. I agree, and I'm glad she cleared some of that up. Trump officials reversed the guidance exempting farms and hotels from immigration raids. Some people are kind of irritated about this. ICE agents have been told to continue conducting enforcement operations at agricultural businesses despite concerns about negative effects on the food industry. So Trump officials were told to reverse guidance and ICE should no longer exempt farms and hotels. I get it and I don't. You shouldn't exempt anything as a business. That's stupid. You don't know what's in hotels or at farms. What they should exempt is nonviolent people and focus on the violent criminals like they've been doing, in my opinion. But anyway, MJ says mass deportations continue. The Department of Homeland Security on Monday told staff that it was reversing guidance issued last week. Agents were not to conduct immigration raids at farms, hotels, and restaurants, a decision that stood at odds with President Donald Trump's calls for mass deportations of anyone without legal status. So that's a big reversal right there. And this is kind of from the intro there. Tulsi Gabbard had said before that, it was clear that Iran was not working on any weapons. And then Trump said today that they definitely were. And I don't know. It's everyone's at conflict right now. It seems like Tucker Carlson's getting pissed, but maybe it's on purpose. So, we'll see here. People are really bashing Tulsi Gabbard for two reasons. They're calling her a leaker, I guess. And they said that's more than likely the reason she wasn't at Camp David last weekend. Here's a picture of her showing the Illuminati symbol. And more important, they're saying, that signal chat that happened a month or so back where it got leaked to the press, she was one of the people there. So was she the leaker? I don't know. That's a stretch, but you never know. I don't know what they're basing that on, saying that she's a leaker. That's also a picture of her with Meghan McCain. U.S. intelligence has concluded that Iran was still years away from developing a nuclear weapon. See, then you get a story like this that pops up today. U.S. intelligence has concluded that Iran was still years away from developing a nuclear weapon, which just directly contradicts what Trump just said and the Israeli assessments that claimed Iran was much closer. I don't know. It's kind of getting insane there. J.D. Vance said this: I'm seeing this from the inside and admittedly biased towards our president, but there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I want to address some things. POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said this repeatedly. It would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. So it's from J.D. Vance. Former Coast Guard officer arrested after allegedly threatening to assassinate Trump, as per the FBI. This came up right as we were going off the air last night, so figured we'd look at it real quick. The suspect, Virginia resident Peter Stinson, served as an officer in the Coast Guard from 1988 to 2021. He was a sharpshooter as well as a FEMA instructor during that time. In one instance, Stinson wrote that Trump needed to be Luigi'd on May 9th, a nod to Luigi Mangione, who assassinated the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year. Let's just listen to the video real quick and move forward.
Former Coast Guard officer arrested after allegedly threatening to assassinate Trump, FBI. Suspect was a sharpshooter as well as a FEMA instructor. Warning: this article contains disturbing details. Reader discretion is advised. A former Coast Guard lieutenant was recently arrested for allegedly making threats to kill President Donald Trump, according to court documents obtained by Fox News. The suspect, Virginia resident Peter Stinson, served as an officer in the United States Coast Guard from 1988 to 2021. He was a sharpshooter as well as a FEMA instructor during that time. In an affidavit filed on, a task force officer from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, revealed details about the myriad of online threats that Stinson allegedly made. In one instance, Stinson reportedly wrote that Trump needed to be elegied on May 9th. The post was a reference to Luigi Mangione, who was accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year. Stinson allegedly made graphic threats against Trump involving guns, poisoning, and even knives on multiple social media platforms. Stinson also allegedly referenced not having the necessary skills to successfully complete an assassination, but also eerily...
Doesn't this feel a little hokey too? I mean, this guy just puts out all these threats on social media, knowing that they're going to come knocking at his door. I mean, I don't know. Maybe something, maybe nothing. It's hard telling, but we're going to move on because we got a lot more to get to. Iran has successfully launched a strike on the Mossad headquarters inside Israel earlier today. At least they announced. We'll take a look. Mossad headquarters.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. امروز 26 ماه بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم امروز 26 دستگیری 5 نفر اتباع افغانی.
It's amazing how much those numbers change, but I didn't see anything there about Mossad headquarters. I'd find that hard to believe, but you never know. Maybe they hit the headquarters. Not as bad as what Israel did today. 8 U.S. senators introduced a bill to prevent the United States from joining Israel's war with Iran. This from Patriot Princess. Remember when Phil said Putin will strike Israel? I have a feeling Israel is going to be scorched earth sometime this summer. That's from Patriot Princess. Her comms there. Something from a Jack Posobiec post, she thought, or translated it to Sky Event, and that scare events upon us. I don't know if his posts necessarily mean anything or not. A cyber attack happened in Iran also today at the state-owned bank. Go figure. Iran media also reported widespread internet disruptions today. Take a quick look.
And as we monitor the latest coming in at this hour, breaking news coming in, Iran bank hit by a cyber attack. A cyber attack crippled SEPA Bank, one of Iran's main state-owned banks. This comes amid that escalating war between Iran and Israel. In the latest, we are aware that the SEPA Bank, one of Iran's main state-owned banks, has now come under a cyber attack which has left the bank crippled. This, of course, is the latest. The Iranian state.
What did they expect to happen? They hacked into Israel's stuff yesterday, what we saw, saying they stole 3 terabytes worth of top secret information. They think they weren't going to get hacked back. This was the story that really irritated me today. 51 people waiting in line for flour in the Gaza aid line were killed by Israeli forces today, as per the BBC. Imagine that. You're just waiting in line trying to get some flour for some fucking food, and a bomb falls on your head.
Israel's military fired tank shells at crowds of desperate people waiting for aid trucks on Tuesday, killing dozens. That's according to medics in Gaza's health ministry, as many of the at least 200 wounded streamed into Nasser Hospital. At least 2 tank shells were fired at the crowds waiting along a main road in Khan Yunis, witnesses said. It was the latest of nearly daily mass deaths of Palestinians seeking aid over the past few weeks. We went to wait like other people to get food for our children, says Mo'ayed Qaddas. We haven't seen food or drink for 6 months. This man gave his name only as Allah.
All of a sudden, they made us move forward and made everyone gather. And then shells started falling. Tank shells, F-16 shells, and from quadcopters.
You mark my words, Israel's going to pay for that one. I guarantee you they're going to pay for that one. Killing people standing in line trying to get aid, and then they pretend like they're sending in aid that's only necessary because they're blockading the place. Israel's going down. I don't care who likes it, and you better get it in your head one way or the other. A couple other random posts going around today. Israel officials say Netanyahu believes the U.S. will likely enter the war within days. He can wish in one hand and shit in the other. And then they post stuff like this. The United States military is preparing for the possibility that President Trump decides to order the Air Force to help refuel Israeli fighter jets. Yeah, fuck that. That's getting involved. We're not getting involved. We're not going to help them. We're not going to refuel them. We're not going to wipe their asses for them. I was making the calls. I don't know what's happening there. And then the Army recruits officers from Meta, OpenAI, and Palantir to serve in a new detachment. Executives from the high-tech firms are joining the Army Reserve at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel to serve in Detachment 201, a new executive innovation corps the service announced on Friday. So there's that little bit of news there. Interesting, I must say. That sounds like AI getting involved with our military. And in New Jersey, the state is unconstitutionally seizing land that's been part of the same family farm for nearly 2 centuries after buy-off and buyout attempts failed. How nice, New Jersey. Family fights township attempts to replace historic farm with a government project. They want to put affordable housing in there. So they want to tear down the farm. That's ridiculous. Looks like Trump is sending a warning from inside knowledge of an attack Israel is planning. The U.S. nuclear sniffer plane is in the air. The U.S. may be preparing to deter the use of nuclear weapons, the sum of all fears. What the hell is a U.S. nuclear sniffer plane? I've never heard of that. It's interesting. Oh yeah, this was from SG Anon. He was talking about the start of the war on terror and where he was at the time. It made me realize that he's younger than me. But main thing, he's trying to tell you through this that we're not going to relive that Iraq experience. It's not going to happen again. We're not going to make that mistake again. And in response to all the No Kings protests coming from the left this week, somebody dug this up from 2012. Liberals want Obama to be a king, not a president. Uh-oh, liberals. Uh-oh. Did y'all forget about it? Did you forget that one? King Barry? Yeah. SG also posted this today. It's talking in depth, actually, about these guys all being Freemasons. The secrecy is, of course, understandable. Next year marks the 70th anniversary of Freemasonry in Israel, with members known to deny their affiliation with the secret society altogether, let alone share the location of a meeting. Did you know, for instance, the late Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was a Freemason, as was the former chief rabbi of Haifa, the late Rabbi Sher Yashav Cohen. The oldest fraternal organization in the world, the Freemasons, were established for mutual help and fellowship and hold elaborate secret ceremonies. They have a complex system of degrees and yeah. In Israel, there are 15,000 Freemasons, or brothers as the members call it, scattered across 50 lodges. Didn't know that, did you? It's all connected. And all coming out. He also put this, be eyes wide open for a major false flag attack on U.S. soil, troops, property in the coming days and weeks, and you very much should be. It'll be blamed on Islamic jihadists and rogue terrorists acting in concert with Iran, Syria, Yemen, North Korea, Russia, God knows. This will be a lie designed to achieve a 9/11 2.0 style galvanization inside the U.S. population base. Steady now. He's right. It's the scare event, and it's coming. It's here. It's being put together now, as far as I can tell, which means it won't be long. Another sad reversal. Despite President Trump's Department of Veterans Affairs and Navy moving to end cruel animal testing, the National Institute of Health, under Director Jay Bhattacharya, has renewed millions in funding for controversial experiments, including THC tests on monkeys at Harvard, tick bites on beagle puppies, and Anthony Fauci's notorious Monkey Island, prompting criticism from watchdog group White Coat Waste. Fucking not unreal. I don't know. I mean, That is enough to piss you off right there. Somebody's going to have to do something about that. A couple other posts to look at. The Soros-linked progressive prosecutors since 2022. Some have been defeated, some have indicted, some replaced. 13 new ones elected, 8 replaced by others, soft on crime, 4 left office. And then this from Elon Musk: if this continues, America goes de facto bankrupt, and all tax revenue will go to paying interest on the national debt with nothing left for anything else. Let me tell you something about interest, ladies and gentlemen. I got something from my former university the other day. I have $9,000 in college debt expenses, but guess how much the interest is? It's more than I owe. It's over $10,000 in interest, so I actually owe 19 grand. Fucking unreal. All right. Minnesota shooter's latest suspect is in federal custody on a murder charge with bail set at $5 million. That's basically the only update there today. Oh, yeah, we've seen that. Alpha Warrior posted something too. I wanted to look at basically sort of same thing. You're all falling for the anti-Trump psyop and don't even know it. Trump isn't going into an endless war with Iran unless Iran hits us, either in the region or through embedded suicide squads already positioned inside the country. Trump knows what really happened with the USS Liberty. He's not falling for another BB trap. What's actually unfolding is Trump is allowing regime change in Iran to play out without U.S. boots on the ground. He's setting the board to possibly strike the secret Iran-China nuclear facilities. Yes, they exist. No endless wars, just precision strikes. That's how a real commander-in-chief handles business. Bibi's desperate. He's floating the idea of dropping a tactical nuke as a warning shot. Trump just publicly warned Tehran to run interference and block the setup. This isn't about war. It's about not getting psyoped by anti-American agents trying to fracture the MAGA base. The IRGC is a terrorist regime and it is being surgically removed. Trump will use strategic precision strikes to eliminate the last remaining threat that Bibi and the deep state are using the IRGC for. Don't forget, Bibi needs them as the big boogeyman to justify endless escalation. It's the deep state's favorite boogeyman. I've told you this. Israel is partially in control of Iran. So what's happening is just absurd. It's absurdity. You're looking at Israel versus Iran, but you're missing the bigger play. The deep state controls both sides of every major conflict, and they always have. And you guys know that. They want their sum of all fears moment, a false flag nuke to force a global war. Trump's the only one preventing that. Of course, Trump wants a sum of all fears moment too, in a way, just not one where a bunch of people get killed. All right, guys, we're almost done with the news. Hang in there. Few other things. Russia says Israel's attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities are illegal, pushing the world towards nuclear catastrophe, consequences of which will be felt everywhere. Lindsey Graham says every member of the U.S. military is ready to risk their life to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Well, thank you, Mr. Graham. I'm glad you know what the military is ready to risk their life for. Iran has readied missiles and other military assets for strikes on U.S. bases if U.S. enters the war. And Iranian television is warning of a major surprise tonight, one it claims the world will remember for centuries to come. So you have that to look forward to tonight. Or did that come from Israel? Iran? Israel. Iran? They're all the same fucking thing. Iran's former crown prince Reza Pahlavi declares the Islamic Republic is collapsing and has come to an end. I'll take a look at that really fast.
همیهنانم جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده و در حال سقوط است. خامنه‌ای همچون موشی هراسان زیر زمین پنهان شده و کنترل اوضاع را از دست داده است. آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. آینده روشن است و ما با هم از این پیچ تند تاریخ عبور خواهیم کرد. در این روزهای دشوار دل من با همه شهروندان بی‌دفاعی است که آسیب دیدند و قربانی جنگ طلبی و توهمات خامنه‌ای شدند. من سالها کشته
That's a good man right there. Probably a white hat. The Ayatollah is the CIA's guy, Israel's guy. You get it? That's the problem over there. This guy knows that Iran has a bright future once they get out from under their slavery. And that's what he's trying to tell people, just to hang on, just like our president's telling us. So it's good to know they've got people over there. You know, everybody needs leaders pushing for peace. This is kind of my WTF video today because I think this guy's got some things a little mixed up here, but we'll listen real quick anyway.
So you may have seen that Tucker Carlson is getting a lot of heat and is under attack from the very same people that are trying to convince you, persuade you that it is in the United States of America's best interest to get involved in another war in the Middle East, this time in Iran, as if we've learned nothing from the last 20, 30 years, including Donald Trump, who once used to call out Netanyahu as a liar for lying to us about weapons of mass destruction and other things that would have been our interest in the Middle East that got us into wars that ended up not being in our interest at all. It's like we've learned nothing. Replace Iraq.
I think he's learned nothing. Shame on people for thinking that Trump has changed his mind about peace. This is about Israel getting wiped at the end of this, because I'm telling you, if they keep killing people standing in line for bread and flour, they're going to get their ass handed to them. It's probably going to happen anyway. You think Trump's in it for the money? No. It has nothing to do with money. Trump's in it for peace. Trump's in it because they asked him to be in it. And I'm surprised people are falling for the media's twist. And we looked at that. The surprise tonight, the world will remember for centuries. Can't remember what this is. It's my last video, then we'll move to our Patriots.
Hello, my fellow citizens of America and others across the globe. This is the Architect, speaking on behalf of Anonymous. 17 days remain until we release everything. But first, there's something we feel the need to bring to light now. It may not be able to wait. This is not a drill. This is not speculation. This is a warning based on extremely reliable intelligence. We have acquired verified information that a major attack is being planned on domestic soil. It will be brutal, it will be visible, and it will be blamed on a foreign faction, one from the Middle East. But that is a lie. The operation is a false flag, orchestrated not by a foreign enemy, but by an elite shadow alliance within a nation that poses as our greatest ally, but instead is a hyper-militarized power with deep influence through sexual blackmail in our intelligence, government, and media sectors. The goal? To drag us into their war, under the guise of retaliation. But the real motive isn't justice. It's control, resources, power. A goal they can only achieve by using us as their puppets. They know that once blood is spilled here, the public will beg for retribution. They're counting on your fear. They're counting on your outrage. But now you know. And knowing changes everything. This is not just about geopolitics. This is about the manipulation of a population through violence, fear, and engineered narrative. In the next few days, weeks or months, this will happen. It's a guarantee. The irrefutable proof of what's being planned is in this message. You don't have to believe us now. Just know when you see it who the true terrorists are. It is not who they will say it is. It will come from none other than our own greatest lie. When you see it, you will understand the scale. You will understand the pattern. If we stay silent, we walk into the trap. But if we stand together, share the truth, and refuse to be played, we can stop it. Or at the very least, wake the nation and the world up to what's actually happening. You are not powerless. You are not alone. Prepare. Stay alert. And above all, think for yourself. We are anonymous.
What he's telling
We are
you
legion.
there.
We do not forget. We do not forget. Expect us.
Not that surprising, really. If you think back to 9/11, it was orchestrated by Israel to get us to come in, you guys, the soldiers that went in, and clear out the Middle East, and kill people, and yada, yada. And now they want to do it again. They're going to try and attack U.S. soil and make it look like another country did it, or a terrorist group. So we'll come in and help them destroy Iran or wherever. And it'll end with us going after Israel, probably. That's what I think our scare event is coming up. So God help us all. All right. Now we're going to turn to some of our Patriot professionals, as I call them. We've got some, quite a few new things out. We've got that Colonel Bosey that came out, would have been overnight for us. There's a really great documentary about who Melania Trump really is, the Romanov dynasty story. We might watch that later if we have time. Derek Johnson was on Revival America. We are going to start with Juan, and we'll go forward, guys.
Nino, I can hear you.
Well, you look like you're having a nice time in where are you at? Spain, correct?
Oh yeah, actually, this is Barcelona. It's a beautiful city. You know, it's on the hills. They got a big Ferris wheel over here. You can't really see it from here. Down in a kind of a downtown area. Oh, it's beautiful. And here at the 19th floor at a restaurant, you can't make this stuff up. People understand the numbers over here.
So Juanito, a lot of stuff.
The power number.
There's a lot of
power number.
There's a lot of people coming out saying, you know, hey man, you know, in the back channels of the Patriot community, whatever, like get ready, brace yourself, watch Diego Garcia base, watch, you know, they were saying, watch Iran, watch Israel. Now that's transpired. That's happening right now. That's kicking off. Civil unrest is kicking off in America. Everything that we've been talking about the last 5 years really is finally here. It's finally at that boiling point, and it's kind of pouring over the pot now. So with that being said, with where we're at right now, a lot of people are talking about an incoming terrorist attack, an FF type of attack to hit America and be blamed on Iran. Are you hearing any of this, Juanito? Is there anything coming down the pipeline that we should be concerned about, that my audience should be concerned about?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, I guess where I'd put it, Nino, is there's a lot of people that want to be able to say, I told you so. So they take relatively obvious concerns and then project it into something as though it's, you know, pre-known, it's exact, it's real, whatever. Part of the reason that these actions have been taking place in Iran, and, you know, remember, Trump essentially gave Iran 60 days, and Netanyahu was negotiating to come up with a solution. They weren't going to continue to carry this out forever, as it happened previously. Because, you know, if you go back to the 90s, this was what Iran was doing: delay, delay, delay. They had Stuxnet, which was essentially a Mossad thing to damage their ability to run the centrifuges, and damaged at least a third of them pretty significantly with the program. But they've been continuing to go on this road. And, you know, they were only 6 months, arguably, from having 15 fully enriched, enough material for 15 fully enriched devices. So they'd have had the first in weeks, and enough for the first, but not just one, 15.
So they were weeks away from creating 15 batches.
Well, they'd had the first 15 within 6 months once they began that final phase enrichment process. And there's speculation on who provided those materials to do that level of purification. But I think we know pretty much exactly how they were provided and who. But, you know, that's behind the scenes stuff. The short version is that's a big deal.
Is it the person where Trump says all roads lead to?
No. This was nation state level spy stuff and all that. So, you know, there may have been some collusion in there somehow, but I think we'll let that just play out. We don't have to over speculate. Some of those details will come out over time. You know, the main thing that, you know, let me just rant for half a second, and with YouTube in mind.
Okay.
So I'll be careful.
All
right. You had multiple countries or locations across the globe, not just Iran, where through their various operations, Quds Force, etc., they had caused monstrous atrocities. The World War II level atrocities by having their hand in these various places. Yemen, the Congo, Nigeria, Venezuela, and South America, leading up into the United States, Niger. And that's just a handful of many locations where they were actively involved in ways that were facilitating, assisting in the killing of millions. If you add up the total number over the last many years, including Libya and places like that, the real total number of deaths is arguably somewhere between 20 and 25 million people not alive in this world today because of the militancy of that group in Iran, let alone the problems in Iran itself. To any Iranian living today, Evin prison rings out. All the things they accused the Shah and Savak, which was their internal intelligence service under the Shah, everything they accused Savak of doing, the people currently in power did at some level that was just almost beyond comprehension. And it's been going on for a long time. Look at the bomb, and I'm being YouTube friendly, in Argentina that took place at an embassy there, and the origins of that. One of my contacts, we're having dinner here tonight, discussing the criminal investigation related to that. At the end of the day, it's not just Israel and Iran. It's not just about stopping the nukes only. At this point, it's about stopping the exporting of certain, and I'm trying to be YouTube friendly, things that have been outlawed by...
Like uranium and stuff like that.
Well, it's not just that, but even the attitude. You know, the Saudi crown prince 7 years ago, I think I sent you the video, as he was coming into power, referred to the situation in Iran. That was right when they were trying to normalize relations with Israel. to a certain level. And Iran
got you. I got you.
away here. So anyway, we have to think about the bigger picture. And for the Iranian people, why did Mossad have so much assistance from inside Iran for all of these operations that they've been doing over the last several weeks and years? Because the Iranian people, arguably the majority of the Iranian people, are trying to overthrow, to kick out the people who have captured Iran all the way back to 79.
You saw them celebrating in the streets.
Well, you would celebrate too. A person that I was in contact with years ago who was in Iran in 78, 79. And he had an Iranian girlfriend, business person, former military. And they were working to get her out of Iran, but because it turned out that, it became known to the right people or something that she was, with an American. Period. And she was a young gal. She was only like 20. And they took her down the street, strung her up to a telephone pole, hung her, and left the body there. And nobody was allowed to take her body down until it fell apart, came down off the telephone pole.
Brutal.
She got here to the U.S. in about 89, 88, 89, right in there, just before Reagan left office. And he had worn a shirt blouse. She was growing, getting taller. They couldn't afford to buy anything that was apparently growing with her. And so she was like 18 or 19, had the same, kind of burqa-like covering she'd had since she was 15 or 16. And it didn't cover her arms enough. So one day they pull her off to the side, her and a sister. The sister didn't have her headscarf covering her every ounce of her hair. So they took bobby pins and pushed them through her scalp with the head covering in the place they wanted it to be so no hair would show. And then they took razors and sliced her arms carefully enough so they didn't slice any veins, and sliced her arms to make them look horrible above the wrists. All the way up to the elbows, and mutilated her arms really, so that she would never want to let the burqa come up above the wrist ever again. Down on the hands, type thing. Those are common stories, and then the people disappeared, family members, etc. To Evin prison and other places, horrors. And what you have to remember is that this wasn't just there. As the Saudi crown prince said, they want to, and I can't even use the name that he referred to, but a World War II name. They want to export their mindset, their methodology out across the world, that level of militancy into other parts of the world. And this is what is adding to and allowing for these horrendous, in the Congo, 10 million, this is a number, 10 million dead in half a decade. And Iran's right in there with the terrorist groups that are doing this stuff in Iran and in collusion with China, by the way. 1 million dead in Rwanda, hundreds of thousands dead in Nigeria, and now things heating up in Niger.
Hey Juan, I'm just going to make it
tiny numbers.
I'm just going to make this video for the .tv. So let's just let it all hang out. I got another hard stop at 10:15, so let's just make this for the .tv and just talk about everything.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, for all these people, look, we got a bunch of people in the Patriot community, and I'm very concerned about them. They want to attack Israel for doing what we're doing in Iran. And they want to attack Trump as though he's somehow best buddies with Israel.
Right now, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are kind of throwing fisticuffs with Trump, huh? You seen this?
There's been a few
Fracturing his
thoughts of
base.
that previously, but look, I think these people need to put this all in perspective. This isn't happening in a vacuum. It's not just Israel attacking Iran. There is and again, the Iranian people. Is that let's say it this way. So I had somebody that got to me with a message from someone from Iran whose family is still there, and they're communicating, and they wanted to tell me the next day after Israel did what they're doing, Israel is carpet bombing Iran indiscriminately, killing everybody. Okay, no neighborhoods with women and children. They're just carpet bombing Iran. Seriously?
Do you see this post I have up? It says Candace Owens. Donald Trump just completely fractured his base, and he did it for the very neocons who minted the Never Trump movement. Truly unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay, so
these are big heads. These are Tucker Carlson, Candace.
Okay, but here's the reason why Iran is not like any other country. It's not even in the same category as Pakistan or India, or North Korea even. It's not just presented that they want the bomb as a proactive, preventative weapon. Iran, the people in charge there, believe that they bring on the return of the Mahdi, their version of Christ, by bringing the world to the brink of total destruction. So they have said over and over and over again that they want to just destroy Israel off the face of the earth. And at the first opportunity, as soon as they have a bomb, they're going to do so.
They've come out and said this publicly. Yes.
Yeah. And their leaders, they believe they're going to be doing, God's work by just destroying Israel. Look, you've heard me. I've talked numerous times on shows about the fact that the creation of Israel, the family behind that, Rothschilds with London in this Palestinian district, I've equated it to the devil himself moving the giants into the promised land where Abraham walked and sojourned, as a blocking move to God's people taking the land that it was promised to Abraham by God in a covenant. That the current leadership government in Israel isn't there fully altruistically. The Pike doctrine, Albert Pike doctrine, laid out in his book Morals and Dogma, says you have to have 3 world wars, and the last one is based around a religious war in the Mideast. Exactly what's trying to be done by a number of these people. So, they have to have the stumbling block there to do it. There's problems with modern day Israel. There's no question about that. But with that in mind, and nothing is done in a vacuum here, Nino, it's not just Israel. It's not just Iran. You're in a whole world scene here, and you have a lot of energy in play. It doesn't make every person in Israel a bad guy. And in post-World War II, the Jewish population still was not wanted in much of the world. So, they had to go somewhere. They went somewhere. The saying is that first the land was set aside for the people, which is what happened in 1917. And then the people were moved to the land, which is in 1947, when Israel declared itself a nation. There's been manipulation there and stuff like that. Yeah. And some problems that I totally agree with. I'd be the first one to say it. But in the modern age, is it acceptable then to allow Iran, who says they want to destroy Israel with a nuclear bomb, to then have the bomb? It'd be like a crazy person who is totally crazy. Any leftist on the planet here in America would agree with us that if it's somebody's truly, totally asinine, insane, they shouldn't have, dynamite or, machine guns because they're going to hurt somebody. Well, Iran is acting that crazily. Even the people living in Iran, in large measure, agree they've got to take these mullahs out, the police that they put in charge of these areas, and the military that are completely over the top. I've mentioned, Iran is the fastest growing Christian population on the planet, has been for a number of years. The population has turned largely Christian over the last several years. One of the things that one of the groups that met with contacts of mine in a third country, I don't know, 2 years or so ago, told them, I don't want to say what country because this is where they go to do intermediate exchange. One of the things that the Christians did in Iran, in many districts, they literally, in a very formal way, went to the police chiefs in certain areas and told them, as Christians, if somebody's son disappears, your son will disappear. We know where they live. We know where they go to school. If we can't get your son, we'll get your brother's son. If grandma has a bad day, any of our grandmas, your grandma's going to have a hard day. We will not tolerate this again. Now, these are people that went through the unrest early in the Obama administration back in 2008 and 2009, when the Iranian people were trying to rise up and overthrow the mullahs in their government, and they got severely, harshly repressed. It was a horror. So with that in mind, they didn't allow it to continue. And the resistance at the street level of many Iranians to what's going on is very severe. Now, when people were trying to call Western people, supposed relatives, etc., freely of their own will, no, a lot of them were controlled calls. They knew who had relatives in the West, and communications telling about how they're being carpet bombed and like that. No, they weren't. First off, Israel is doing a war at 700 to 1,000 miles away. Every aircraft going there was 200 in the first wave. Every aircraft going there has a very precise target. They hit with surgical precision. The generals that were taken out weren't hit by the aircraft flying in there. They were hit by drones that were pre-positioned all over Iran. And a lot of the places, even if it's in a residential neighborhood, is where the scientists lived that were developing the nuclear stuff, or the generals and families, some of the police people, and also the locations where the SAM sites were, the surface-to-air missile systems that were going to take out the aircraft. So Israel's ground agents, pre-positioned in Iran, very carefully took out all of that ability to take out the aircraft.
You broke up again, Juan. Are you there? Wait for Juanito to get back on here.
Had to take out another call here. I apologize.
Well, Juan, let me ask you this.
Sorry. The call, I had to send it to outer space.
But Juan, my audience, should they be, is there enough credible evidence out there right now that, the civil unrest has taken off, it's peaking, or maybe it's not peaking, maybe it'll start peaking in a few months, but when do you expect this to kind of run its course, and are we going to see a terrorist attack on American soil in the next, days, weeks, months? I mean, is this inevitable?
Well, I don't think it actually is inevitable. There's going to be drama, but part of the thing that has thrown off all of our enemies within the U.S. system, Trump hit the ground running. He took out a lot of the money that was being used to facilitate a lot of this mischief. He froze or stopped the flow of money to a lot of these groups.
Is that the USAID?
Yeah, and other similar types of things. And then people can say, well, ultimately in the overall budget, it was a very tiny number. That's true. But it was very effective because it kept a lot of precise people in business, leveraging that money to do all sorts of mischief against America, not just here, but all across the world. And could there be a 9/11 or Oklahoma City scale event? Absolutely. The people that are behind those, and by the way, that was I'll just say it, SES.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've talked about that extensively. The shadow government that believes, that's how they get control. That's how come you have Homeland Security, where all these separate intelligence agencies, intelligence gathering entities were thrown into the same control mechanism. The idea of having isolated operations so that compartmentalized was largely destroyed when you created Homeland Security, which for people that want to ultimately control everything, suits their purposes in this shadow government type of a thing, continuity of government type of situation. Are they still trying to win this? Whereas the counter to that is NORAD and the guys in the mountain. So with that in mind, could they pull something off? Absolutely. Are they being anticipated? Yes. Even the operations there with Israel and Iran, if Iran was allowed to run amok, that's why Trump only gave them 60 days. We're done playing around. We have reached the end of the games. All of the pushing it off until after Iran has nuclear weapons in these ultra deep facilities that China has helped them build. If the game was to allow that to happen, which it was, and then negotiate with them, knowing that they, Iran doesn't necessarily have to do it with a missile. They could do a lot of the damage they do just exporting somehow the device. See, some of all fears wasn't about a missile hitting America. It was about a missile smuggled, or a device smuggled into America and placed strategically, covertly in a place where it could be destroyed. So if Iran has that capability, well, there could be real problems. And by the way, I go back. Remember all the drones leading up to both the election and then the inauguration of President Trump. What were they looking for? What were they mapping and tracking? They were creating information, a map of normal background radiation at various locations, and looking for anything that caused a deviation in that in those areas, because they were literally looking for several devices. And that still is a problem.
What about the nuke sniffing planes that are being flown out? Those go up quite a bit, right? I had Colonel Towner Watkins on just yesterday talking about, well, this is kind of a procedure. This happens quite often. The nuclear,
yeah, it's regular.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of people are making a big deal out of it. Even I was. I kind of got thrown off by it, but that's normal procedure, correct?
Well, part of it that's not really understood, because the values of the information, it's open to interpretation when you're looking for some of these things. If you have the background as a map, what's normal, and then you come in and you go over the same area, if you see a deviation, because you have background radiation all the time. Hospitals, certain industrial facilities, etc. If you have that background information, it helps you to see if there's a spike, an anomaly that isn't normal. And some of these things are very, very, trace deviations if you're looking for devices. So that's, and if it's well shielded, that's one thing. If it's moving, you might get something that you wouldn't see otherwise. And so, we're in a sum of all fears moment.
So this scary event that's coming that you've always said is going to come is going to make people jump off buildings. You have said. Can you clarify that? When you say people jump off buildings, are you talking about the deep state jumping off buildings, or the regular person is going to be so scared out of their mind? A lot of hand wringing. Are they going to be jumping off fucking buildings? Like, explain that.
Well, let me just say this, Nino. I've teased you a lot in the past, with the Nino's Cremo and the hand wringing and stuff like that. But that ultimately, it's not so much that you truly are hand wringing, but a lot of the audience that we're talking to, we could do what a lot of the clickbait does across the internet. It's over and any second and it's all blown up and America's not going to exist anymore and the world will never be the same, et cetera, et cetera. The people that invited Trump to run, that are there in the background assisting Trump, their desire is not to have the world blow up, bring us to the brink of, some destructive nuclear war, etc. The intent here is to get ahead of stuff and to avoid exactly that kind of destruction by diligently going after these problems. That's why Trump came in the door. Most of his opponents believed that he would wait till he had all of his appointments for the most part in place and then begin the attack. They really, even though they were aware he wanted to hit the ground running when he started his second term, that it would be somewhat like his first term where they could just come in, obstruct him, slow him down, bog him down, and his second term would be as ineffectual as the first with all of the lawfare, et cetera, et cetera. Trump isn't playing the same game because the plan, the work done behind the scenes, is not going to be orchestrated that way. We're moving very quickly, and in fact, as an example, just let me say this, as an example. The situation right now on the people that we brought into the country who are in protective custody, since we're not on YouTube now, you've decided to move it the other way. The reality is that things are moving very, very quickly there. They're on steroids, moving. Yes, and 2024.
So hold on before you go.
Let me
go into that talk, can I say one thing? Is this why everything's kicking off right now? The World War III, civil unrest, the whole thing is because they know what's coming. 2020 is going to be. It's not over yet.
Well, I think so. That's part of the whole point here. These people are beginning to understand that their time in power is quickly drawing to a conclusion, and that the people that they're working with, the people that have participated in election fraud, including their foreign associates, all the way up to China, including Cuba and a number of other nation-state level groups, that their moment is coming. It's imminent. They can't stop it. And they would hope somehow to slow it down or stop it. They would do anything to stop what's coming. So what are they capable of? Well, in their dreams, they're capable of a lot of things. But each time, just like getting America involved and embroiled in a war in the Mideast with Iran, look at what Trump did when he went over and spoke with the Saudis and then got a arms agreement with them to supply them with certain things. The money that could have gone to China or to Russia to supply arms to them, or France or anybody else, didn't. It goes to the U.S. And those agreements, they're very long. If you're buying fighter jets, if you're buying various defense systems, those agreements, because they have maintenance, they have upgrades, you've agreed to tie your horse to their wagon for a very long time. And then that money goes into the U.S., doesn't go to our enemies. You're talking 20 and 30-year agreements because those aircraft have to be serviced, they have to be upgraded. Their pilots have to continue to be trained. We bring them over here to train them. And other weapon systems also. Then he goes next door to Qatar and does an even bigger deal. So a significant portion of the Mideast just tied its history, its future to the U.S. Are they going to attack Israel with those armaments? Then they don't get the spare parts. Then they don't get the assistance. They'd be cutting their own throat.
Explain to me, BB bombs Iran while they're in the middle of peace negotiations. A lot of people are talking about this.
Hold on.
I understand your point with Iran, but is Israel going to be held for last? Is Israel going to be safe?
Hold on. No. Hold on. Let's finish what you just said. When Trump and Israel opened the negotiations with Iran, Iran was explained to them in no uncertain terms. 60 days. We're not here for a 6-year operation. We're not here for the 4 years Trump's in office. We're not doing this for an electoral thing for 2026. 60 days. Figure it out, come to agreement. But the basis of the negotiations was this: Iran is not getting the bomb.
Because they were just weeks away from it, correct?
And we're done. Everybody.
So Israel had to strike. A lot of people are going to be mad. We're backing Israel. Israel had to strike. Israel had to do this because they were weeks away from a bomb. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
well, again, think of all the places that Iran is causing mischief. These are not minor things. You have a dozen places around the world where they're very active, maybe more really, in things that are very disruptive to global peace, where millions and millions of lives have already been lost because Iran's in there stirring it up, okay, and aiding the bad guys. So how much longer are you going to go? You're going to drag it out for a little while longer? Is it 100,000 lives? Is it 1 million lives? I apologize. I'm getting another call here.
That's important here. That's important for my audience to know. They were weeks, if not days, away from accomplishing a nuclear bomb. That's why this had to be done. That's very important for my audience to know. Yeah. That's huge because that makes the most sense. Now my worry is what kind of events will happen on American soil. What's going to happen here? That Hezbollah and Hamas and Al Qaeda, they've already called for a jihad on Trump, his family, Elon, everyone else. What's going to happen here on American soil? Should we need to stay vigilant, correct?
Right. And so what they want to do, and very diligent, look, with all the drones across the East Coast primarily at the election time and inauguration period, how many nuclear weapons went off? None. So the diligence may have pushed something off, even knowing that everything was being looked at carefully, may have thrown the other side off. Even now, Trump not dropping his guard and being very hyper-aggressive. The generals that were killed in Iran, okay, well, they're gone and their successors come in. Are the successors going to operate the same way? or are they going to hedge their bets a bit? They're going to back off a little bit. And the people of Iran, how does this restabilize? You can say anything you want. They're carpet bombing the people. The people in Iran now get to see what's happened. They will get the opportunity to pick a new government. It's going to be regime change in Iran. Are they going to continue to allow the threat to fester? Or do they back up in math and seek a new direction for themselves, closer to what might have happened had the Shah stayed in power? Remember, the nation state level actors, it was intelligence agencies cooperating with the jihadists, literally Khomeini and friends, that put Khomeini in power over Iran. And arguably factions of the globalista intelligence agencies, including CIA and MI6 and French intelligence and German intelligence, to create, the best enemy money could buy for all the various arms manufacturers. They needed a better boogeyman. And these globalista pretending that at the same time they're telling us all this bad stuff about Iran, but they wanted that. The media loved having a good boogeyman. And they've been there now all this time, 35 effing years plus. And how much death has come from those people being around, not just out across the world, but inside Iran too. Okay. And people from Iran. I had a very close friend, a medical doctor, that I helped get out of Iran after the Shah situation. And he went to a major university. His dad was a minister in the prior government. All the dramas that went on in the 80s with Iran. And he's first one to tell you, he has relatives all over Iran. And they talk about how they were fooled, how they were, spun up to hate the Shah. But what they got was 1,000 times worse. That everything they were promised, no way. And of course, this is why Iran, the people, have been running to Christianity. By the way, Iran, Persia, the home of Esther in the Bible, 17th book of the Bible, the place where Daniel out of Babylon, when Babylon fell, he went to Persia, and that's where his grave is at. And people in Iran brag on the fact that this is where Daniel's buried. Iran, Persia, the place where the wise men saw the star in the heaven, in the right place, because they had the prophecies from Daniel of what would come. And they understood these signs. And they traveled, these wise men traveled from Persia to the promised land, and there sought out the king of Israel that had just arrived, that had just been born. And because of that, Herod had all the children under 2 years of age, male, assassinated, killed. They were hunting Jesus in Egypt as a small man, as a young man, as a baby, hunting the family. We go to Egypt and people show the path that Christ's family took through Egypt, all the places they stayed while they were staying away from Herod, who was trying to chase them down and get them killed because he didn't want the competition. But they came out of Persia. So there's a huge religious component, both Jewish and Christian, that ties to Iran. I go hang out with the Pahlavi family in D.C. every year where they have their get-togethers. Don't think it's appropriate to put the Pahlavi family into power, but certainly a number of the people around them have ideas of how to get Iran back on track, and they will play some part in regime change and a new elected leadership in Iran. That's the way it's going to work.
So Juan, let me ask you this. I just got a message right now. First of all, did you want to touch on the Chinese ballots? Did you already touch on that? that you
Well,
called,
we were alluding
said,
to it
said
early
it.
on, but then
you said it.
Yeah.
We can say it on .tv, but you called this, I guess, years ago. I don't remember exactly when, but you said Chinese ballots were going to be dumped. They were dumped in 2020.
Well, they
dumped in 2024.
in 2020
they is sending them to the Congress, correct?
Yeah, they sent it over to Grassley. In 2020, they were present, and a very large number. They're needed in the way that they.
But I'm just
manipulate
saying
the
it's very
electronic
interesting you
vote.
call this, and then now Cash confirms it. You said it way
Well,
before anybody else did. Way before anybody else did.
Well, and I guess I was being very specific in what I said. It wasn't a vague prophecy or something. I was giving you a very precise detail. I would think that it may help people to know that I wasn't just giving some internet scuttlebutt or something like that.
Well, Juan, I'm going to play a video for you real quick. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play this video. And I just got it, and I want to know your thoughts on this. It's
okay.
What the hell's going on here? Here it is. Let me just pull this up correctly. It's I don't know who this is that's speaking. Maybe you might identify him. I'm gonna play it. Hopefully it plays. And in this hustle bitch post, it says, "What the hell did he just say?" So please pay attention to this. It's only 15 seconds. One.
Off a number of surprises. When the dust settles, you're going to see some surprises on Thursday night and Friday that will make for operation almost seem simple.
When the dust settles, it'll make the beeper operation look simple. Now let me just put this. Let me explain what this is here. The operation he is referring to when he says it almost makes the Operation Beeper look simple. Operation Grim Beeper refers to a series of coordinated explosions targeting handheld pagers and walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah members in Lebanon and Syria in September 2024. The attack attributed to Israel resulted in numerous casualties and injuries, with some reports indicating a significant number of Hezbollah fighters were incapacitated. I don't know. The operation is notable for its reliance on exploding Hezbollah.
Had their balls blown off. Had their dicks blown off.
So he's saying whatever's coming,
stuffing the pagers in their pants. Yes.
Right. So he's saying what's coming next will make that operation look very simple. Do you have any?
Well, part of what he's referring to, I believe, is exactly what Israel did.
Incapacitated. That's the word I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well,
incapacitated. There we go.
Emaciated. Yeah. Let me just say this: that with what Israel did in Iran in the attack the other day, and you have to understand the timing. Trump said 60 days. They went through 60 days. Day 61, the attack was on. Iran was trying to drag it out, and they thought Trump, with Congress and everybody else, would have to slow it down. Israel was, in on this 60 days. That was the agreement. You don't have an agreement 60 days, then, you're on your own. Trump was supposedly telling Netanyahu, let's keep working it because the Iranians are still there. But on the other hand, he wasn't holding them back. We're at 60 days. And they're continuing to move towards final phase enrichment. Then Israel there was great risk for Israel. They had moved all of the systems into place in Iran to knock out their ground-to-air missile defense system. What Israel needed to do to be able to get their aircraft in to hit these targets in Iran was to take out that air defense system. So they had missile batteries in residential areas, all sorts of places that were hidden. Looks like a house, looks like an office building, whatever. And it has a missile system in there. Remember, in Gaza and in Lebanon, Iran had moved in hundreds of thousands of missiles and put them in buildings to attack Israel with. So when the Gaza thing started, they had gone in and destroyed these hidden missile sites all through Gaza. Lebanon has similar. Where'd it come from? Iran. Remember during the Syrian, before Assad was taken out, Iran was moving missile components, with freely across Syria into Lebanon to get all these missiles in place. And when Beirut blew up in Lebanon, the huge explosion, that was an underground facility that was making the fuel for those missiles. You couldn't transport the missiles with the fuel easily from Iran. So they're making it close to home and then sending it out in pickup trucks out to these various locations where the missiles were being fueled. So when that accident happened, their missile factory there at the port, underground at the port, blew up, and that's just devastated Beirut, Lebanon. Iran's been doing all sorts of mischief. The destruction of Beirut, Lebanon's related to Iran. Gaza being blown to smithereens by the Israelis is tied to Iran bringing in the missiles and hiding them there in Gaza. The stuff in Yemen tied to Iran, moving stuff over into Yemen. The stuff in Central Africa and North Africa up into Libya and like that. Iran. Iran is a terroristic nation state, but it's the leadership, the mullahs, and the politicians tied to them and at their mercy, and the generals and the police chiefs doing their bidding. It's not the people of Iran. And that's why Trump, remember, I've told your audience this story before, but let me just reiterate it again. When Iran shot down one of our very expensive drones, it's like a small 737. There was actually two, but only acknowledged one. When they shot down that drone, then Bolton and the rest of the neocons, if you want to say it that way, wanted Trump to allow a major military strike into Iran in his first term. And finally, Trump yielded to the pressure, says, okay, go ahead and get everything in place, get it ready, but nothing moves until I authorize it. But go ahead and get it all ready to go. And Trump played a little game of possum with all those players. Bolton and crew, all of the military neocons around them, set it up. They had the aircraft on the decks of the carriers. They had everything primed and ready to go. And they show up in the Oval Office in the afternoon, of course, coming to midnight in Tehran, and ready to go. And all the generals are there, the State Department people, Bolton, everybody, and they're ready. And Trump has the formal authorization sitting on the desk. He pulls his drawer open, he pulls his pen out, the big pen, and he's all ready to sign this authorization to begin the attack on Iran. You have all of the people around the country, bomb Iran. They're all ready to go. They're all excited about it. They know it's coming. And then Trump asks the question. He says, okay, so I told you when you do this, I want minimum human casualties. Didn't say just civilian. I want minimum human casualties. And the general involved and Bolton, oh, yeah, no, we're the minimum. Trump's, what's the number? Oh, we think about 100 people are going to die. Is that 100 really? That's the lowest we could get it. Well, it could even go as high as 200, but our guess is it's going to be around 100. And you got to hit these sites. Somebody's going to be there. There's going to be a maintenance guy there. It's at night. Trump says we don't want to kill the janitor at the aspirin factory. You can't get that number any lower, Mr. President. The planes are on the decks. The captains of the ships are waiting. Okay, to launch these off. The Russians are going to see that we're getting ready to launch aircraft any second and warn Iran. We got to go right now. You got to sign this right now. Stop diddly-dallying. And Trump says, gosh, how much did that drone cost they shot down? General tells him, $30 million, sir, but the replacement will probably cost 35. But, it was actually 2, so it's really 70 million plus. Trump's like, we're a big country. One Iranian life is worth more than 30 million. I think we got to find a better way. This isn't the Iranian people. Let's go ahead and shut it down. Opens his desk drawer, puts his pen back in the desk drawer very dramatically, closes the drawer, and doesn't authorize the attack. That incident pantsed Bolton amongst all of his friends.
Damn.
That's why Bolton went absolutely stark raving crazy.
Wow.
And wrote the book Anti-Trump and left the administration. Yeah. But it also mapped all the neocons around Trump. You got to do the bad pigs, Mr. President. You got to send the B-52s in to back them up. You got to do it right now. Trump wasn't that naive. He wasn't going to do it. He wasn't going to start World War III. Now, this time, they think they've got him back at that same condition, but he's not. They're going in and they're stopping the mischief all over the world. Last time, they weren't ready to stop it. This time they are. We're going to stop Iran from projecting terrorism all over the world. And the Israelis are going to do the bidding of the whole world. But it's also going to stop the bomb from being built by Iran timely.
How's Israel saved for last? That's what I want to know.
Well, a lot of people get caught up in that. And it's a frequent theme. Like Israel's going to be destroyed. We're going to do whatever. We're letting the Russians come down and Gog and Magog, and it's going to be just horror. Look, Israel is actually on a fairly tight leash. The most and the best of their weapon systems come from the West, from the U.S. A lot of the mischief that's going on around the world right now isn't the U.S., it's NATO. NATO's behind wanting Ukraine to go forward. NATO's behind a lot of the stuff going on into the Mideast with Turkey and others, speaking all the trash talk. Trump is even threatening to withdraw from NATO. If we withdraw from NATO, the majority of how NATO works goes in the trash can. Their weapon systems, their attack systems, their supply systems are largely reliant in the majority to the U.S. being present. If we withdraw from NATO, they turn into a paper kitten overnight, not even a paper tiger. They're a paper kitten.
That's a bad thing, to be honest.
Okay. So the reality is that Trump is challenging these globalista groups that have been putting the world, it's like a Our Man Flint or a James Bond type movie theme where these globalista get to put the world right at the brink of destruction. Look at the last couple, James Bond movies where you have some maniac that wants to poison the whole world with DNA tracking, potions. Okay, that was the last James Bond film. Kind of like some variation of COVID, but actually closer to the 54 biolabs in Western Ukraine that were making genetically targeting weapons, bioweapons aimed at the Slavic people, aimed at the Russians. They were even so Nazi-like that they were testing those bioweapons on their own Ukrainian troops who had histories within their genealogy going into Russia proper.
Wow.
Okay. So when you understand that, and of course, go back into the early 60s, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, probably my favorite Bond movie, by the way. The whole thing was similar with women's makeup and a bioweapon being deployed to the world with the makeup. Look at Moonraker, with wiping out the population of Earth with extractions from certain orchids that kill all the human life, but don't kill the animals, the trees, the plant life. And then he's going to come back with all of his people from his space station and repopulate the Earth. These are occult themes that are, Ian Fleming, when he wrote the Bond series, he was involved in British intelligence. There's another movie that I just love about stuff from World War II there. It's probably Jen's favorite movie. I can't think of the name of it now, where they have to do the setup for the invasion of Italy. And it's based on a true story. And Ian Fleming was in that team that was preparing for that and led to a lot of his later writing. But Fleming was writing from an actual experience understanding of a lot of these plots and the megalomaniacs, the government level maniacs trying to pull them off. We've experienced that with some blended operation of people inside government working together, governments around the world. Remember, the election plot for 2020, the money for those drop boxes came from Zuckerberg. Where'd Zuckerberg come from? He's the creation of DARPA. He was created from DARPA. The whole Facebook thing created at DARPA, cost $500 million of U.S. taxpayer money. It was called LifeLog. And when it was done, it was handed to Zuckerberg under a ruse so that he could have the cash within his system to do what? These globalistas' plans and intents. He's a tool in a DARPA operation. By the way, so is Elon. Said, we allege, it appears, there's a history there that appears to back that up, said for legal purposes.
Okay.
But his money came with Tesla, with the electric cars and the space program, because other things were shut down or tax benefits given that propelled Tesla along the way. If you didn't have these tax write-offs, which moved a huge percentage of the American economy into Tesla, favoring it over other car companies, even by the way things were written, not to be a hybrid fuel and electric vehicle, but to be an all-electric, that moved huge volumes of money into his camp artificially through tax policy. The same thing with the space program. We had a shuttle that had just gone through all these dramas, and arguably there was mischief done to create the problems with the shuttle from the inside out. And we shut down the shuttle program without having something in place to replace it, and handed it over to the private space ventures, something that cost the American people massive amounts of money to create. And space access from a military standpoint is crucial to our national security. But we handed it over to private companies. Look what happened the other day in the little tiff with Elon and Trump. Well, I'm just shutting down our rocket ships and we aren't going to let you use them anymore. Oh, so if it's a national security issue, do you think that was wise, whoever decided to do that piece? No, you just put it in the hands of somebody that at the first drop of a hat is going to go into a tiff and cut you off from that. Are you kidding me? And the same thing with all the other groups that are doing their private space launch stuff. You can do that. You can encourage it a bit, but don't give the whole freaking farm away. That was not in the best interest of the American people. And by the way, the space program is being run, even what Elon's doing, prehistoric technology. At least he's not destroying the atmosphere as bad as some of the other ones. He's using kerosene, but the other ones with their fuels like that, not real good. Not healthy.
Juan, I need a jump.
There's other ways to do access that are not militarized, that are way more cost effective and helpful, and we'll do those as we move forward. So anyway.
So Juanito, I appreciate you coming on. I got to jump. I got another one in 10 minutes. I want to get some coffee. Folks.
All right. Are you guys understanding it yet? I mean, Israel and Iran, controlled by the same people. Think on that for a little while and then take another look at what's happening. They've been run by the same people for a long time. I wish I still had that video I made last year about it. About the revolution and the oil. So, think about that. Now we're going to move forward and watch. I think we'll watch Colonel Bosey now. Yeah. How's that sound, everybody? Love me some Lieutenant Colonel. We'll talk more after this.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Sarah Yule, Chief Operations for Australia One, and welcome to the Green Room. Today is Tuesday, the 17th of June, 2025. As usual, we have our National Leader, Ricardo Bosey, joining us. He'll give us an update, and fingers crossed there's time for questions at the end. If you do have questions for Rick, please be sure to enter them into the comment section on our Rumble channel. In a minute, I'll put our Rumble channel up on the screen if you're new. Let's bring Rick into the stream. G'day, boss.
Hey, Sarah, how are we doing?
Oh, fabulous. I see that Meg did an absolute stellar job last week. I think I'm out of a job, and I think I need to hand the baton to Meg. She's probably throwing daggers at me.
Not happening. Not happening. That's why we pay you the big bucks. So take a double your pay from 0 to 2 times 0, and you now double your pay again. You're stuck behind that desk whether you like it or not. And as Rhiannon and I have said many times, and Meg, if you leave us, we're coming too.
Oh, dear. So, well, I mean, that's not fair, because then I have to stay, because that's just bribery, Rick. That's just really not fair. But I saw the Green Room last week. It went swimmingly without me, so I thought, maybe I'm off the hook. For those who don't know, I was actually on holidays down at Fink. There is a desert race just, I'm trying to think, southwest of Alice Springs, where they do motorbikes and buggies. So I went down there with my family for a week, hence why I wasn't on the Green Room last week, because I had no internet. So, yes, it was great, but good to be back, good to be home, and obviously Tuesday night, my favourite night, just love it. I know you love it too, Rick. And are you ready to get into it?
Let's do it.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to bring your screen up on the screen.
Thanks, Sarah.
So if you want to go to presentation mode.
Oh, I might just do that.
Now,
how's that? Is that better?
I've just realised, yeah, we're getting a bit of feedback when you're in the presentation mode. Is anyone else getting that? If you can type that in the comments. Or maybe it's just at my end. Anyway, you go, Rick, and I'll just mute myself.
Okay. Right, before we go, just so everyone knows that Sarah's actually recovering from the holidays. So if she seems off a game tonight, which is very rare because she's so professional, but when you never have a holiday, when you finally have one, it takes time. You need a holiday from the holiday. So that's what's really going on, folks. Anyway, back to serious business, restoring sovereignty. Here we are. Green Room, 17 June 2025. Stay calm. And that's it looks like Bondi Beach one day when I was there, and the storm's rolling in. But just lie back, enjoy the sun, and watch it all roll out. Let's kick it off with this. This is what I look like when I'm complaining to Jesus about how hard my life is. Oh, dear me, I got to tell you. This is what I wish to be, but I fail daily. A quite steady man of unshakable faith. And for the ladies out there, a quite steady woman of unshakable faith. Fail on a regular basis, but that's still the objective. That's what we need to do for our families and for the country, folks. Let's do our best. Now, reminder: strategic intention, purpose, method, end state. I keep doing it because you got to know it. Save Australia. End state: moral, sovereign, self-reliant Christian Western constitutional republic, which is economically powerful, militarily intimidating, politically free, culturally vibrant, and socially cohesive. And the reason these green rooms are the way they are, and it seems like an odd thing for a political organizational movement to do, but this is what we're doing on a weekly basis. We're trying to create, and we're succeeding, a moral political movement that empowers Australians to reach their highest individual potential so that collectively all can participate in the reformation of Australia. And that's why this green room is what it is. It's not a new service. We're helping each other get up and create the Australia we want for our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Okay, tonight, quickfire news: Australian innovation, stolen sovereignty, restored sovereignty, the biggest lie, and movie and book recommendations. Okay, quickfire news. Fake news. Let's go.
Breaking news: George Soros is funding the new Ice Fest.
Okay, that's exciting.
We go live to the propaganda.
Sir, what exactly are you protesting here today?
I don't even know why we're yelling, but I think chaos is good. What's wrong?
I watched the news. It said people are being taken from their homes.
Do you know anyone personally affected?
No, but my friend's uncle's distant cousin's friend. We're here to get impressionable youth to come cause chaos.
Why are you out here today? They're taking people from their homes. Where'd you see that? The news. Go watch the news. We are the resistance. The news said so. Grab a rock.
Good thing there's pallets of bricks and a conveniently placed pile just dropped off for protesters.
Here's the thing about people being illegal. Illegal should be legal. We don't need laws. What's good, foo? You want to catch a fade? I'll mess you up right now.
How fun. Reminds me of the Floyd Fest.
Perfect distraction while the so-called Semites cause unrest in the Middle East.
Right. More propaganda.
Good one, John.
I'll
Shut it down or I'll shut it down.
In other news, we were promised this land
thousands of years ago. Bergstein, take it away. Thanks, Steinowitz. Remember, people, they are the bad guys. Trust me.
These people are an absolute cancer.
Truly going to be the end of the human species.
That's anti-Semitic, Brittany. You better watch your tone.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot they fund the news.
Exactly. Back to you, Dennis.
You guys make a good point, but my producers tell me to distract people with chaos so they don't notice who's actually starting World War III.
Why are you out here today?
Because if you come here illegally, you deserve to be here. Like, illegal activities shouldn't even be illegal, dog.
Well, this is a perfect way for the government to unleash martial law. Get ready for FEMA camps, folks. Dennis, take it away. In other news, if you haven't followed Jake GTV yet, you might be a total loser. Certainly not based. Most likely retarded.
Okay. Fake social proof. An AI video. Bloody brilliant. They can create whatever they want. As you know, and as we've said for the longest time, most of the news is mostly fake or it's misdirection. 60 to 70% is generated through AI imagery, and there is some truth, there is some sadness out there. People are being hit and died, but most of it's a lie. Apply the standard 24 to 72 hour wait before you respond to anything you see, and I mean it, folks. This stuff is so good. Beware of the AI deep fakes. It's designed to upset you. And there are significant deception operations being conducted to conceal what's really going on. So just prepare yourselves. What you've got to be doing, and we're getting close now, so make sure you are prepared physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. Get yourself in order, get your house in order, get your family in order. Nobody's exactly sure what's going to happen and when, so best you be prepared. Okay, real COVID for rookies. This is from a document from the WHO. And again, there are many new people joining us every week. And so we've got to go back in time a bit. So if you can see that little blank square there, years, flu cases, COVID cases. Where did the flu go? My goodness me. Shock horror. 29 million flu cases in 16 to 17. 45 million 17 to 18. 18 to 19, 36 million. 19 to 20, 38 million. And 20 to 21, nearly zero, but 32 million COVID cases. It's there, folks. If you want to see it, if you want to examine it for yourself, have a look. This is their data, not ours. It's all happening. Trump wears a US and Canadian flag on his lapel at the G7 meeting. And there it is. And he looks as impressed as everybody else for as long as this is taking. But there you go. So I guess what I'm trying to say here, folks, is that things are happening, whether you see it or not. A lot is going on behind the scenes. As a bonus, he left the day before our Pope arrived. So what are the messages here, folks? What are the messages here? You can work it out for yourself. Okay. Now, Australian innovation. I had a conversation with a good mate of mine, I don't know, a few days ago now. And he's about 20 years younger than me. And we were talking about something, and he said, well, what the hell's Australia done? Really? And I said, well, our inheritance is thousands of years old. Ancient Greece philosophy and mathematics and science and Roman jurisprudence. And he said, no. What's Australia done? I said, that's our inheritance. That's our civilization. He said, no, what's Australia done? I said, well, hang on, steady. I've only been here 200 and something years. And then I mentioned, what about the jump stump plough or the stump jump plough? And he said, what? Never heard of it. And this is stuff that we learnt at school. So I'm just going to go through more than a few Australian innovations that will just surprise people, because we've got generations of Australians who have no clue of the advances Australia has made in a range of areas, whether it's innovations as in inventions, which we're going to cover tonight, but music and art and literature. We are playing at a high level internationally, but we don't see that. But that's what Australia is doing all the time. So let's go through. And there's more than a few, because I think I've probably got some catching up to do, some catch-up teaching to do. Here we go. The stump jump plough is a kind of plough invented in South Australia by agricultural machinery apprentice. And he's only apprentice when he did it. So think about that. Richard Boyer Smith, and later perfected by his brother Clarence Herbert Smith, to solve a particular problem of preparing mallee lands for cultivation. Now, for those of you who have never heard the expression as fit as a mallee bull or as tough as a mallee stump, you'll know it. It's a flat, tough area, second only to probably the Nullarbor in terms of travelling across and getting bored witless by it. But it's tough country with deep roots, and the trees would prevent the ploughs from ploughing the tough land. It is tough land. And the mallee tree roots were difficult to remove, completely making it difficult to plough the soil. The plough consisted of any number of hinged or pivoting ploughshares or blades which worked independently of each other. When the blade encountered an underground obstacle like a mallee stump, it would rise out of the ground. Attached weights forced the blade back into the ground after the root was passed, allowing as much of the ground to be furrowed as possible. So it allowed them, each one would then rise, avoiding go across the stump and continue ploughing. Now, this sounds like a nothing innovation, but the family produced a magnificent factory that produced these for the country and the world, and they did well for many, many years because it was such a practical and innovative solution to the difficulty of ploughing. Next, 1889, the electric drill. There you go. DIY enthusiasts can thank an Aussie for this indispensable piece of equipment. In 1889, an electrical engineer, an Australian, Arthur James Arnott, patented the world's first electric drill with his colleague William Brain. The invention was originally designed to drill rock and dig coal, and although it was a long way from the portable hand drills used today throughout the world, the underlying technology was the same. There you go, 1889, folks, the electric drill. The 1920s, the pacemaker, the electronic pacemaker. Australian Dr. Mark Lidwell and physicist Edward Booth developed the first artificial pacemaker in the 20s. Now more than 3 million people worldwide rely on pacemakers to keep their hearts beating properly. Artificial pacemakers send small electrical charges into the heart to help it maintain a regular beat. Since the late 60s, these have been implanted inside the body. The first of these was developed in Sydney by Lidwell and Booth. Lidwell used the invention in 1928, and now listen to this, to revive a stillborn baby. Small electrical pulses were sent through a needle directly into the child's heart. After 10 minutes, the equipment was switched off, the heart continued to beat, and the infant made a full recovery. This is Australia in the 20s, folks. We have so much to be proud of. 1925 to 47 actually starts well before 1925. Ideas like this were being developed in the late 1800s, but it really got serious about 25. A Hills hoist is a height-adjustable rotary clothesline designed to permit the compact hanging of wet clothes so that their maximum area can be exposed for wind drying by rotation. They are considered one of Australia's most recognisable icons, and who, in fact, unfortunately, is probably generations of children who have never swung off this thing and fallen into the rosebush on their way around. For decades beginning in 45, the devices were mainly manufactured in Adelaide, South Australia, based on a prior product designs purchased by Lance Hill from the Australian inventor Gerhard Popp Kaesler and related expired patents. So Hill got the patents. Hill's hoist became the generic term for rotary clotheslines in Australia, and the manufacturer soon became nationally market dominant, and rotary washing clotheslines have become common across much of the world. 1939, penicillin, the year the war commenced. In 1939, Australian scientist Howard Florey purified penicillin from a special strain of mold. The team demonstrated penicillin's ability to fight bacterial infection in mice and later in humans. The antibiotic was mass-produced and used to aid victims in World War II. Penicillin has been used around the world, saving many lives through the combating of infection by common bacteria. Today, it is still widely used in combating infections, but its efficacy is at risk from the growing resistance to the antibiotic. Interesting side comment here. During World War II, during the invasion of Italy, a lot of the Allied soldiers were coming down with syphilis as a result of their enthusiastic employment of the prostitutes as they made their way up the peninsula. And there was insufficient penicillin to go around to both service those with syphilis and those wounded in battle that needed their infections defeated. And Churchill was asked, what do we do, Prime Minister? We have 2 high priority targets for our limited stocks of penicillin. To whom should it go? And he, as he usually did in his wise old way, said, in whichever way it benefits the war effort best or better. And strangely enough, went straight to the syphilitic soldiers because they were fit. They got a jab and they went back to the war. 1944, the Storpedo. And there it is there. Have a look at that. A Storpedo is a cylindrical storage container with an attached parachute. Now, resupplying troops in the jungle by airdrop during World War II was proving problematic. Regular parachutes were costly in both money and material. Drops without parachutes risk loss of the materials due to the impact. G.W. Griffiths from the Australian Inventions Directorate developed a shock-absorbent heavy-gauge wire netting container to absorb the impact and also allowed for a parachute to be attached to slow the descent. The design was refined by a printing firm, Morrison Walker of Melbourne, which added a 3-foot cardboard cylinder to carry 250 pounds. A Hessian parachute was also added, and the hollow nose cone is hollow, which also takes a proportion of the impact. This one particularly interested me, so we're getting a second page. The Storpedo was test dropped on from a Douglas C-47 Skytrain aircraft at Nadzab in New Guinea in 1944, and the Storpedo was used by Australian and US forces in the Southwest Pacific. Small aircraft, for example, the CAC Wirraway, could carry the container. Use of smaller aircraft resulted in greater accuracy of the drops. The Storpedo was used to supply liberated prisoners of war in Timor following the 1945 surrender of Japan. After the war, the Storpedo was used to supply victims of flooding in New South Wales. There's an employment opportunity for somebody. The names on the patent are E.R. Campbell, K.M. Fruin, F.W. Lennox, and R.P. Morris. And it's interesting because even when I was a young officer, we would be resupplied occasionally by heli boxes, which is a cardboard box, so big, maybe a bit bigger, and you folded the flaps at the top, and they acted as vanes, and they would at an angle. And so as the loadmaster from the helicopter dropped it out of the helo, it would spin and retard the rate of descent. So modern, cheap innovation, just cardboard boxes with stuff in it. But certainly couldn't carry 250 pounds. 1953, the flight recorder, known as the black box. Well, as you can see, it's not black, but it's known as the black box, has helped to make the commercial air travel the world's safest form of travel. It was invented by an Australian scientist, Dr. David Warren, who lost his own father to an aircraft tragedy in 1934 when the Miss Hobart crashed into the Bass Strait. And for our international guests, that's the stretch of water between the Australian mainland and the southeast corner and the small island of Tasmania, which is a separate state. This remarkable device was virtually indestructible and records the final moments of a crashed plane's last flight. While it is a box, it's not black, it's bright orange, so that it can be seen easily in a crash site. International orange, there you go. A black box is now installed on every commercial plane around the world, but it was in Australia that it was first made compulsory for all commercial flights. That's 53. 57, the permanent crease. There we go, ladies. And for those of you who identify as ladies. In 1957, CSIRO developed a process called C-Rosette. The technique used chemicals to permanently alter the structure of wool fibers so they can be set with heat. This technology allowed for fashion innovations such as permanently pleated skirts. There you go. 1960, plastic lenses for eyeglasses. In 1960, Solar Optical released the first scratch-resistant plastic lens for glasses. The technology was further developed to create the first plastic bifocal, trifocal, and progressive focus lenses. 1960. Plastic lenses are used throughout the world due to their many benefits, including safety, lightweight, and durability. Little old Australia. 1965, aircraft slides and floats. Who would have thunk it? In 1965, Jack Grant, an employee of Qantas, invented the inflatable aircraft escape slide, which is now mandatory safety equipment on all major airlines. The slides can also be used as a flotation device if the aircraft lands on water. There you go. Now, if you look carefully on the sheet, on the little card you'll see on the aircraft, and you look at the instructions in relation to the slides, you'll see that there's a little knife that the flight attendants will use to cut it away from the aircraft. And a friend of mine is a bit of a wag, once pressed the staff and said, "Where's the knife?" And they said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Where's the knife?" And the blank looks on their faces indicated they hadn't thought of that. But this is many years ago. And since then, I dare say it's been resolved. So there you go. 1972, permaculture. In 1972, Bill Mollison had an epiphany which led to the development of permaculture, a concept that uses a natural approach to designing self-sufficient human settlements and agricultural systems. Today, permaculture is an alternative to the chemical-based agriculture, which can be harmful to humans and the environment. Australia-wide policies will encourage such systems in the revitalisation of rural Australia. And this will tie in with our policies to issue to grant land to those who have served in the military for a set period of time and met certain prerequisites, and they'll get their block of land out west, and we're going to revitalise and regrow rural Australia. And this is just one of the models, I guess, that will be encouraged, but there are many other ways to do it. The whole purpose, of course, is to increase self-reliance of families as they live their lives. 1976, ultrasound scanners. In 1976, Orsonics commercialised the ultrasound scanner. Studying ultrasound from 1959 onwards, the Ultrasonics Research Station of the Commonwealth Acoustics Laboratories branch, later become Ultrasonic Institute, discovered a way to differentiate ultrasound echoes bouncing off soft tissues in the body and converging them to TV images. This discovery forever changed prenatal care as it gave expecting parents a window to the fetus without X-ray exposure. Although having said that, I read recently that ultrasound is not good for the child. So there you go, if you're using it for prenatal care. That's worthy of further investigation. Ultrasound technology is also used in the diagnosis of medical problems of the breast, abdomen, and reproductive organs. Still in 76, the Triton Work Centre. Here's a beauty. There you go. Look at that. In 1976, a 27-year-old television journalist named George Lewin appeared on the ABC TV's The Inventors program with his new invention, the Triton Work Center. The day after the show, his multi-purpose workbench, which stabilizes and improves the accuracy of portable power tools, had more than 1,000 orders. It is estimated that 10% of Australian households with a garage now have a Triton Work Center. So there you go. Inventive and entrepreneurial young men and women out there, the world's your oyster. 1978, the cochlear implant. Professor Graham Clark invented the first bionic ear in Melbourne University in the 70s. The first prototype was implanted in a person in 1978. Cochlear implants are devices that are implanted into the head to electronically stimulate the auditory nerve. Graham's motivation to advance hearing loss technology was spawned from his own father's inadequate hearing. So far, the cochlear implant has brought hearing to more than 180,000 deaf and partially deaf people worldwide. Now, there's a wonderful legacy. 1979, race cam for all you Hardy Ferodo fans out there. There you go. Although vehicle-mounted 16mm motion picture camera was used as early as 1973, race cam technology was first developed in the late 70s by the Seven Network in Australia. The Seven Network introduced it for the 1979 Hardy Ferodo 1000 endurance race at Mount Panorama in Bathurst, New South Wales. And was I there in 79? Let me think about it. No, maybe 1980. Can't remember, 79 or 80 I was there. Whichever one it was, where Dick's Ford ran into a rock, which a Holden fan had thrown onto the track. And by the way, it was thrown on intentionally. It wasn't an accident. We were there on the hill that year and we saw it happen. So anyway, there you go. Race driver Peter Williamson was able to give commentary from his Toyota Celica. American audiences were first introduced to racecam at NASCAR's 81 Daytona 500 with Terry LeBont's Buick Regal. Later, the US ABC acquired the rights to use a streamlined version of the technology for their coverage of the 1983 Indianapolis 500. So you are welcome, NASCAR. You are more than welcome. 83, the winged keel. We remember that one. Absolutely. That horrified the Americans. How dare the Australians win? Ben Lexon, an Australian yachtsman and marine architect, invented the winged keel, a nearly horizontal foil or wing at the base of a sailing boat keel. They're typically found on high-performance sailboats. And what happened was in the America's Cup, which the Americans had never lost, they did so due to the winged keel after it made its debut in 83 on Australia 2. Everybody that was alive at that time can remember that morning. We were at the officers' mess at the 2nd 4th Battalion, and we all decided to turn up late as we watched the race win. And there were challenges galore. The Americans hated the idea, but the Australians carefully read the instructions and the in terms of the limitations on the design of the vessel, and this did not breach those rules, and so the win was confirmed. Having said that, the Americans got very, very disappointed and energetically disappointed, let's say, and the next year they trounced us. Well, so be it. But there you go. The winged keel 83 changed the world. 88, plastic banknotes. Plastic banknotes were developed in a combined effort by the Reserve Bank of Australia and the CSIRO in the 1980s. The first plastic banknote to be put into circulation was a $10 note released in 1988 to celebrate the bicentenary. In 1996, we became the first country to have a complete set of plastic currency. Traditionally, banknotes are made from paper, cloth fibers, or a combination of both. But our banknotes are made from a special polymer, which, along with a series of inbuilt security devices, makes them impossible to counterfeit. They also last about 10 times longer than traditional banknotes. Apparently, though, and I have to confirm this, the manufacturing process is quite toxic, and that's why it's done offshore. There you go. We'll check whether that's true or not. 1992, Wi-Fi technology. In 1992, John O'Sullivan and the CSIRO developed Wi-Fi technology used by more than 1 billion people around the world today. The core parts of the technology came out of the research in the mid-70s in the field of radio astronomy, where John and his colleagues at the CSIRO were originally looking for faint echoes of black holes. As a result of this work, the CSIRO has held key patents for Wi-Fi technology since the mid-1990s, bringing the organizations millions of dollars in royalties every year. So there you go. Wi-Fi, how cool. Frazier lens. And there he is there. The Frazier lens is a special camera lens designed by Australian photographer Jim Frazier. The Frazier lens provides an appearance of a massive depth of field, allowing the foreground and the background of an image to be in focus. Photographers out there understand f-stops and the difficulty in achieving that. But Frazier's lenses have been widely used since then in Hollywood and wildlife cinematography. He actually changed the way filming was done. In addition to its unique depth of field properties, the Frazier lens is significantly smaller than previous deep focus lenses, allowing more versatility and flexibility to cinematographers. It doesn't seem to be an area that we can't excel, Australia. I hope you're paying attention. I hope you realise why I've gone to such lengths to go through these issues with you. Let's finish off now in the 2000s. Google Maps. Danish brothers Lars and Jens Rasmussen developed the platform for Google Maps in Sydney in the early 2000s. Along with Australians Neil Gordon and Stephen Ma, they founded a small startup company called Where To Technologies in 2003. The following year, it was bought by internet giant Google, which also hired the four men, and the technology was turned into what we now know as Google Maps. Ladies and gentlemen, there isn't an area of expertise that the Australians can't put their heads down and come up with an innovative solution that makes the world a better place. We in Australia have so much to be proud of. And as I said, this is just inventions. I might actually, not every week, but I might expand this just to make up for the appalling education the last few generations of Australians have had. As I said, music, art, literature, you name it. There isn't an area in which we have not excelled and changed the planet. And the reason I'm telling you this is pretty bloody obvious. We have much to be proud of in this country. We are being bashed regularly by everybody for no good reason. And yet we have much to be proud of, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it before, we can do it again. Okay, next, stolen sovereignty. I have rights. Really? Says who? Let's go.
Goals for the next 5 years, and one of them was by 2023 we will reduce the number of people in the world by 50%. I think today this dream is becoming reality. It is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet, and once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that, compliance, the insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them. It is fascinating what happens.
I'm just pausing because I'm trying to put together the words that don't involve coarse language to describe the imbecilic mentality of such an individual. CEO of Pfizer. Okay, let's keep rolling. Here's everyone's favorite, Yuval Noah Harari.
No, we see the creation of a new massive class of useless people. As computers become better and better in more and more fields, there is a distinct possibility that computers will outperform us in most tasks and will make humans redundant. And then the big political and economic question of the 21st century will be, what do we need humans for? Or at least, what do we need so many humans for?
Do you have an answer in the book?
At present, the best guess we have is keep them happy with drugs and computer games.
The energy on average for each service and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. Now that's back from high school algebra, but let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
What do you see as the biggest challenges in conservation?
The growing human population. Where we are, there's nothing else.
And do you have views about what should be done about that?
Yes.
The human population. And for those who want to do the research, the Malthusian trap is what it's called. But apparently there's too many people on the planet, and the planet can't sustain the people, which is complete rubbish by any metric. And if you wanted to do the maths, and I have, go work out, just in Australia, if you gave everybody a hectare, how much of the population can you fit on Australia and leave the rest of the globe completely unoccupied? It's a lie. Now, the funny thing is, whenever people hear this, and I remember there was a, excuse me, I don't want to call him a colleague because he wasn't a very nice or smart guy. But I remember we were discussing this some years ago overseas. And he said, well, you got to do something about it, mate. I thought, really? He said, yeah, absolutely. I said, well, you're looking at that assuming you're going to be one of the ones that makes it, but you're not going to be. And he was shocked and horrified because he thought, no, but I'm sorry, frightfully important. Here's the answer. None of you are frightfully important. That includes all the idiot Masons that think that they've taken their oath and they can work their way up. No. They will never let you anywhere near the top. Never. It's all bloodlines for them. You can swear all the oaths you like. You're done. You're the useful idiots that are first up against the wall once the revolution's over. Useless humans. Now you know why I bang on about Christianity, where we're all considered equal in the eyes of God, and not supremacist religions like, I don't know, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, and just about everything else, where they say, well, you're an untouchable. Well, let's take the untouchables out first. You see how it's important? Let's keep going. What would you do if I broke into your house?
What would you do if I broke in your house?
Now, hold on just a minute, Skittles. I live down here in the South, and we protect ourselves with pit bulls and pew-pews. And the real question is, which one of them's going to get you first? Because I be diddly-dad-burn. We get up too early, stay up too late, and work too damn hard for our shit to be letting somebody who looks like they tasted the rainbow come in and take our stuff. No, honey. Down here, we just soon send your soul to Jesus and let him sort it out. You know what I mean? This is the way I see it. If you're ever skipping your happy ass down here on the streets in the South and you get this hair up your butt to come into one of our houses, I suggest you do one of two things, baby. You hit your knees and you start praying to the Lord because you fixing to meet him. Or you just keep skipping your happy ass until you get out of town. Now, I personally think the latter of the two choices is the better choice, but bless your heart. You can choose either one you like. Just, baby, choose wisely, okay? Have a nice day.
Tell you what, when I get to the US, she and her family, I want to meet these people, have a quiet lemonade on a Sunday afternoon. Here's a woman that knows exactly what her rights are. Here's a woman who is absolutely ready to defend those rights, because what is a right without the ability to defend it? You have your right to your life. Does that mean you're not going to get shot? No. You have a right to your liberty. Does that mean you're not going to be held hostage? Absolutely not. You have the right to your property, which is the result of your labor. Does that mean you're never going to be robbed? No. So you've got to have the right, and the rights are great, but a right, a piece of paper, never stopped a musket ball. So let's continue. Stolen sovereignty. Now, why do you act? Why do you act? Why do you do things? This isn't hard. This is very, very simple. I spent a lot of time on this one slide, and it's simple as it's as clear as day. And what does that become as a source of authority? Okay, because the Almighty commands it. That's why we do things. Well, that applies to what? 70% of Australia. Let's talk about Australia. Over 50% believe in a Christian God. Then you've got the rest up to 70%. Then you've probably got 20% aren't quite sure, and 5 to 10% of atheist enthusiasts. So it doesn't apply to them, but it applies to 70% of the country. You do stuff, we do stuff because the Almighty said so. And that's called divine law. And that's the cause of many good things and many not so good things, depending on the religion upon which it is based. So the source of authority, the first one is divine law. Next, because nature necessitates it. And what do we mean by that? Well, you're not going to plant a crop and expect to harvest that in winter. Or you're not going to plant a crop and expect, breed a, let's say you service a cow and you're hoping for a calf to be born. You're not expecting it to pop out the next day because the gestation period is more than 24 hours. There are limitations that nature places upon us. So we act in accordance with these external laws. And we call it natural law. Now, this is Australia One's take on it, because natural law has been defined by many people over millennia. And at the risk of sounding a little bit too big for my boots, the descriptions, the definitions are inadequate to our 21st century constitutional republic. And so what we've decided to do is clarify the definition between divine and natural, because natural included some vague call to the Almighty's intentions. But natural law also has people killing each other unnecessarily, or abandoning their young. So we're gonna change that. But natural law necessitates certain things, and you are restricted by that. So it's a law that you must obey to a degree. Some you can change. Next, why do we do things? Because he or she demands it. That's human tyrannical law. He or she demands it. Now, I'm not talking about the husband or the wife, although there you go. After 3 marriages, I can relate to that. But we're talking about human tyrannical law. A king or a queen or a prince or a princess. They demand it. It's tyranny. It's tyranny. That's history. Are we interested in that? Not really. So let's give that a miss. Because they mandate it. They mandate it. That's human aristocratic law. Aristocratic law meaning a group of elites. And that goes back to the original tyrants in ancient Greece, who were a group of people that made the law and enforced the law, and then it became more sophisticated, and they started holding their fingers like that when they drank their tea and became aristocrats that we now associate with royalty, the elites that run the show, because they mandate it. That's why we do things, and that's called human aristocratic law. And we've just come through the COVID nonsense, which was basically that. Groups of people, politicians, the polity, the judiciary, little groups of elites, the bureaucracy, the constabulary, the military, big unions, big business, the corporations were there. They mandated this stuff. They directed traffic. Big unions enforced it. Media, academia, every church, synagogue, mosque, lodge, and temple, all involved in it. They were little aristocracies, little groups of elites working together. And they mandated it, and then we had to do it. Well, some of us did and some of us didn't. Why else do we act? Because we agree to it. Well, there we go. Human democratic law. Excellent. We finally get a say. The trouble is, this is the tyranny of the mob. 51% can vote themselves the wealth of the other 49%. No. No, this is of no interest to Australia One, and it should be of no interest to anybody else. We're not interested in democratic law. So what are we left with now? Those of you who have been with us for some time, know exactly what the answer is. We want to act because we decide. I act because I decide. You act because you decide. And that's human republican law. Human republican law. Let's expand on that. Australian constitutional republic, a nation of laws, not a nation of, as the Americans say, we're a nation of laws, not a nation of men and women, meaning we're not talking about 51% of the people voting. No. That doesn't work. We have, and this is the way we look at it, we are subject to divine law, natural law, and human republican law. Divine law, enumerated, agreed, divinely established laws governing all life from instinct to consciousness. Now, discerning the mind of God is near impossible, but there are some things that we must agree that are right and wrong. Not we do it because we can do it, which is a sign of an imbecile. Anybody says, I'll do it because I can, well, I can kill you too. If I want to, because I can. That's just an imbecilic response. But there are divine laws that we agree and we live by because some things are just beyond the pale. It's not our business. Natural law, enumerated, agreed, divinely established laws governing the functioning of the universe from gravity to the speed of light. And we can play in that space. We can change that. We can build aircraft to overcome gravity, for example. There are some things, again, we should not interfere with. There are limitations. And then we've got the human republican law, enumerated, agreed, personally claimed individual rights and responsibilities. This is where we decide. This is trial and error. This is where we work out for ourselves what is the best way to live, which is the simple question that every individual on this planet is striving for, whether they know it or not. Which is the best way to live? So we're talking about a nation of laws. And so we have these agreement, and this is what we need to do, and this is the whole purpose of this Australian Constitutional Republic Convention, to decide what it is we agree upon under the category of divine law, natural law, and human law. What do we agree upon? And we claim these as rights and responsibilities. And we also claim the right to defend them, because without the right to defend them, we have nothing. But we agree. These individual laws, individual rights, not collective. There's no such thing as a collective right. We have individual rights. And we enumerate them. And we agree. And then we claim them as our own, as that beautiful woman did earlier with her pew-pews and pit bulls. Now, we'll find out whether we're right or wrong over the course of time, decades, centuries, and millennia, and they'll be refined and improved. And we'll get the final adjustment from the Almighty when we cross over. And I'm sure he'll let us know whether we did well or not. So there you go. Restored sovereignty. This is where we're headed, folks. So all the nonsense that we've been putting up with over this COVID crap will never happen again. Never happen again. Okay, next, the biggest lie, denying Jesus Christ. The biggest lie. The biggest lie. There's a wonderful film I watched, and there was a line in it. And the young lady said to the guy, the main character, if I had to tell you the most important thing I could ever tell you, how would I do it? And he said, well, just say it. Just tell me. And that's what this is. Everything else is important, but this is the single biggest and most important thing that I guess I can say. I've said that before, and I'll say this is for years to come. Okay. Thomas Jefferson, U.S. founding father, first Secretary of State, second Vice President, third President of the United States, founding father. He was in his 30s when he was one of the founding fathers. So all the young folk out there that say, why don't we have a youth movement? This guy was 32, 33, 34 during, I can't remember exactly, but he was in his 30s during the Constitutional Convention and the writing of the Declaration of Independence. So get off your tails and get to work. If you're good enough, you're old enough. I don't care how long you've been on the planet. If you're good enough, you're old enough. Now, I picked this as one gentleman because there's been revisionists in US history, and I'm using US because this is something that we have to be careful of because we in Australia will go through the same. The Americans have trod this ground, so let's learn from their experience. The revisionists have said that the founding fathers were not Christian. They weren't even theists, meaning that there's a God that is daily involved in their lives. They said, at best, they were deists. And deists are anti-Christian, just by the by. But this lie has been perpetuated over and over and over again in the US to try to deny the Christian roots of the United States. And even Benjamin Franklin, who is a worse Christian than I was. He was a member of the Hellfire Club when he was in Paris and beyond. And they get up to some pretty raucous stuff. But even he acknowledged the importance of the Christian foundation in the United States. So that's why I'm just using Thomas Jefferson as an exemplar of the danger that we will have down the track. Oh, no, there's no Christian foundation to this and that's how they get in. And Jefferson said this: my views are the result of a life of inquiry and reflection, and very different from the anti-Christian system imputed to me by those who know nothing of my opinions. To the corruptions of Christianity, I am indeed opposed, but not to the genuine precepts of Jesus himself. I am a Christian in the only sense in which he wished anyone to be, sincerely attached to his doctrines in preference to all others. And I wrote that quote, I copied that quote out of America, What the Hell Went Wrong by Tom Newman. I've mentioned him before, I've mentioned the book before. He's also the author of another book I've mentioned before, Just War, extraordinary story of his experience in the most dangerous year in Vietnam. But once again, what is key here is that the revisionists are trying to dismantle Christianity and Jesus Christ because that is their Achilles heel. They can win everywhere else, but if we hang on to Jesus Christ, they lose. It's as simple as that. Next. It's all relative. What do you mean it's all relative? Well, do you remember the goals of communism is to replace works of art and buildings with ugly, shapeless forms? It's one of their goals, the 45 goals of communism. It was enumerated in Cleon Skousen's book, Naked Communism. Look it up, you can Google it, the 45 goals of communism, and they want to replace everything beautiful with ugliness. And when I first read that, I thought, why? But it didn't take long to figure it out. Have a look at that photo on the right. Somebody paid a lot of money for that. And there are countless examples around Australia. If you go to the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation building not that one, the UTS, University of Technology in Sydney. It's an appalling, ugly building designed to look like that. And why is that? Because they wanted to progress a narrative. Everything's relative. There's no beauty and there's no ugliness. And then you look at Deirdre's husband, whose face looks like a bucket full of smashed crabs, and she loves him and he's ugly as sin. And, well, maybe true, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So maybe there's something to that. Then they move on. No morality, no immorality. No, none of your business. And the pictures on your right, that's a dog with the fur shaved off, wearing stockings, not stockings. Mental blank. And that's a photograph from a animal brothel. And there are animal brothels throughout Europe. But apparently, what do people do in their own home is their own business. The Danes, I think it was the Danes or the Dutch, the Danes or the Dutch, recently had a debate to determine whether they should allow animal brothels or not. They actually needed a fucking debate. I thought Australia was in trouble. Good God. Whether they should be lawful or not. They are in Germany. I think Belgium's right up there as well. Certainly Serbia has them. But no, it's none of your business. No, it's none of your business what I do in the privacy of my own home. There's no morality or immorality. There's no right and wrong. One man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. They're all the same. Really. And I bet you people have actually bought that. One man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist, and vice versa, no right and wrong. Well, when you are killing children and women, that's not fighting for freedom. That's not fighting for freedom. But I'll bet you the ABC will never condemn any of these things because the ABC is designed, it's the leading edge for this relativist lie that we're being sold. No right, no wrong. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Really? What complete garbage. There's no good and no evil. Life is not necessarily important. And yes, you may pull a baby out of the womb and kill it. Post-birth abortion. That one's a 23-week fetus, but they have the post-birth abortion. I've been speaking about that for years, and now they've finally come out into the public and are approving it. There's no good, no evil. There's nothing evil about literally ripping a baby apart, piece by piece from the womb. That's not evil. And now, this is this journey. We started with ugly buildings and ugly art. It's all relative. There's no absolutes. And you end up with no God and no devil. And how's that manifest? Now we have in Canada, where children who are feeling sad are euthanized. Now, if that's not pure Satanism, you've got to be kidding me. That's why they've been doing it, folks, and that's why we've been hanging on to as hard as we can. Book recommendation. Mere Christianity. This is Clive Staples Lewis, C.S. Lewis. And Anthony Burgess, New York Times book reviewer, said, C.S. Lewis is the ideal persuader for the half-convinced, for the good man who would like to be a Christian but finds his intellect getting in the way. Mere Christianity. He wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, The Tales of Narnia, and others. He also wrote an absolute classic, and you've got to read it. It is just funny. The Screw Tape Letters. Letters from a senior devil to a junior devil. This is a senior devil writing to his nephew, who's a junior devil, and he explains the techniques of evil and how they work on the good people. Lewis was a skeptic who arrived at faith by analysis, reason, and logic. That's how he got there. Absolute analysis, reason, and logic. It's an extraordinary book. Extraordinary book. Please read it. He said, Christianity, if false, is of no importance, and if true, of infinite importance. The only thing it cannot be is moderately important. And as he said, it's of no importance if it's false. Forget about it. The world has seen countless good people, prophets with wisdom, but Christ was more than that. Now the book recommendation, The Case for Christ. Now this is Lee Strobel, an atheist and award-winning investigative reporter. His wife became a Christian, which disturbed him deeply. He attempted to disprove Jesus Christ and arrived at faith by the evidence. So he literally went out and applied his research skills to disprove Christ. He is now a pastor and a Christian speaker and author. Now, what the hell happened there? Well, you can watch it. That's a book called The Case for Christ, and you can actually, if you don't want to read the book, you can watch the film, which I have done. It's extraordinary. It's a film adaptation of the non-fiction book that explores the historical and philosophical evidence for the divinity of Jesus Christ. It follows the journey of Lee Strobel, a former atheist and legal editor, who investigates Christianity to disprove his wife's newfound faith. Through interviews with experts and personal research, Strobel presents a case for historical reliability of the New Testament and existence of Jesus and the resurrection as a significant event. Now, there is a lot of data in the film. There's more data in the book. There's enough data in the film to really turn your head. Let me give you an example. The historical evidence, documents, papers, papyrus reads are there. So much more than, say, Plato's work. 6 copies of Plato's work. Thousands about Christ. And I mentioned Plato for one reason, because if you read Plato's Republic, it could almost be written by the Cabal in their plans to do away with the useless eaters. And Plato actually says in the Republic that it's okay to lie to the unwashed masses because they're too stupid to handle anything else. And there's only 6 copies of these documents, of these papers. So it's more likely that Plato was fabricated and created as a fictitious ancient Greek philosopher than there is about Christ. And when you hear things like that, you start to really think, hang on a minute, I find that hard to believe. I do. I find it incredibly hard to believe. But if you're honest, you say, it's possible. Plato's more likely to be a fabrication than Jesus Christ, just based on the evidence. But anyway, you're going to make up your mind one way or the other, and that's terrific. You should do that. But if you've got the set of onions big enough to really have a look at this, and I mean it, Christianity is not for wimps. This is one tough gig, folks. It's a tough gig. Now, while we're on that, let me just make a short suggestion here. We know things are going to be changing quite dramatically in the next weeks, months, and years. And we're going to get questions tonight about all sorts of things, whether it's, should I buy this or should I invest in that? And that's prudent, because that's planning ahead. But can I make one recommendation? Make your peace while you can. I'll tell you the story of a son who had to place his father's hand on his head. I was at a seminar, personal development seminar once. Brilliant experience. We were having a chat out at the back during a break. And we were comparing stories, and he said to me, mate, my father died a couple of years back, and it was terrible. I said, I can imagine it would be. And he said, no, you don't understand. He never once told me he loved me. He never hugged me. In fact, he never put his hands on me at all. And as gently as I could while he was lying in his deathbed, I said, can you please just do that for me, Dad? And his father just lay there staring up and ignoring his son. And the son had to pick up his father's hand and put it on his own head so he knew what that felt like. I can't imagine what it was like to be a son to a father like that. See, that creates what's called the father wound. And the same for the mother wound. And we pass on to our children, as sure as we pass on our genetics, we pass on these wounds to our children without even knowing it, not intentionally, not wanting to, hating ourselves for doing it. But if we're honest, we'll actually look back and realize, you know what, I've replicated exactly the same behaviors, or if not exactly the same, close enough to be damaging. And so what we've got to do, and you've heard about people, you've got to do the work, you've got to do the work. You've got to do the work, folks. And that's a good place to start, the father wound and the mother wound. Get to work. Physician, heal thyself. It'll make you a better father, a better mother, which will help your children, your sons and daughters, to be better mothers and better fathers themselves. You must take action. You can't let them do it. You must do it. You must. You must. So investigate the father wound and the mother wound. Pray for help. Pray for help. Because any psychologist that negates the spiritual aspect is not the one you want to be listening to. So be careful. So make your peace while you can. Let's watch the trailer.
If somebody wanted to do an investigation into Christianity, where would you start?
If the resurrection of Jesus didn't happen, it's a house of cards.
You sure you want to give me that loaded gun?
I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to pull the trigger.
I've spent my entire career as a journalist uncovering the truth until the day my wife presented me with the biggest story of my life.
I'm not gonna lose my wife and my kids to something that I can't even reason with.
And what happened next changed me forever.
How can we even talk about historical evidence for the resurrection?
The Gospels are filled with contradictions.
The empty tomb is based on evidence. And isn't evidence your trade?
We all bet our lives on something. The question is, what's it going to be?
As much as I would like to help out a fellow skeptic, what you're proposing is impossible.
Could Jesus survive being spiked to the cross?
There is no evidence of anyone ever surviving a full Roman crucifixion.
Just because I write something down and I bury it in the dirt, that doesn't make it true.
What I felt was something more real than anything I've ever felt in my life.
I'm praying for you.
Do you really want to know the truth, or is your mind already made up?
Stop blaming me and the church and God and do your job.
No one's ever proven if the shroud is the actual burial cloth of the Christ. But whenever someone looks in those eyes for the first time, suddenly becomes a real person.
Okay. Strongly recommend. Strongest recommendation. Please watch it. Moving on. Here's another one. Let There Be Light. This is from Kevin Sorbo, well-known actor. Used to play Hercules, I think. This is a 2017 American Christian drama film directed by Kevin Sorbo and his wife, Sam. It was written by Dan Gordon and the wife, Sam. Its plot follows an atheist. This is a fictitious story, but it's a ripper yarn. It really is. It follows an atheist who goes through a near-death experience in an auto accident and converts to Christianity. But it's told in a compelling way. So let's watch the trailer for that.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming. Keep your pants on. I mean, what do they pay the doorman around here for anyway? Okay, yeah, come on.
You're drunk?
Oh, you can't pull the wool over your eyes.
The basic tenet of Christianity.
Whoa. This is Coach's timeout. Don't you dare tell me about the love and the compassion of your so-called God. Because if he felt like sacrificing his only begotten son, well, that's his business. But he should have bloody well kept his hands off of mine!
What do you think it does to the boys to take the death of their brother and use it as part of your carnival act?
Pays the bills.
Clinically dead in the ambulance for 4 minutes. It's a miracle.
I saw Davey. Now, all I wanted to do was I wanted to put my arms around him. I don't know what to do with it.
You've gotten the best scientific explanation. It hasn't brought you any comfort. Would you consider consulting a different source?
Doc, he is your God, and he's holding out his hand to you. All you gotta do now is take it. Jesus gets whacked, right?
I've never exactly heard it put that way, but yeah.
Follow me here. This ain't brain surgery.
Do you believe that God hears?
God always answers prayers. Sometimes we just don't understand the answers.
This better be good. That's what I said.
I don't want to lose you.
Are you guys ready for the amount
that'll be coming your way with us?
that'll be coming your way with us?
Just recommendations to watch both of those. Finally, this is where it gets serious. Rubber Hits Road, Passion of the Christ, Mel Gibson's film. It's 2004 American epic biblical drama film which depicts the final 12 hours in the life of Jesus of Nazareth on the day of his crucifixion in Jerusalem. Directed by Mel Gibson, starring Jim Caviezel, Monica Bellucci, and Maya Morgenstern. Writers Benedict Fitzgerald and Mel Gibson, co-producer Mel Gibson. Nobody would touch this. Nobody would touch it. And still got made. If you haven't watched it, you should. It's a bit rough. Some people can't watch it because they feel the pain. And if you, after you've seen the film, if you watch the making of clips that they have, conversions happened to the crew and cast as a result of being involved in this film. Conversions to Christianity. Caviezel was struck by lightning, dislocated his shoulder. During the flogging scene, there was a mistake and he actually had skin ripped from his back. He nearly died several times. When they flip the crossover and you hear him grimace, that's not acting, that's real because he had a dislocated shoulder. It's an extraordinary experience. Let's watch the trailer for this one.
Namagis nako. Daudi. Samandi. Radapuli. Erdefonakom. Altik halon.
Okay. I promised my wife I wouldn't cry during that. I failed. Okay, so forgive me if I sniffle a bit for the remainder of the show. Okay, I'm now done, Sarah. Let's, if you're still there, there you go.
I'm still.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah. Hang on. I'm just going to, didn't bring the tissues down. Oh, no. Bad mistake. Oh, here we go. No. You'll excuse me, I'm just going to blank the screen while I blow.
Okay, while we wait for Rick, I want to apologise to our Rumble viewers. So you were all waiting for half an hour and I didn't realise at the time. So Rick was live and unfortunately it did not stream on Rumble. I'm not sure why. It is currently streaming on BitChute and Facebook. So just apologies to our Rumble viewers. You'll be able to, I'll make sure to upload this video tonight so you'll be able to watch it tonight. Okay, Rick, I'll just unmute you.
Oh,
okay.
The hard man's cracked. The hard man is cracked.
So you're not that tough after all, eh?
No, I'm a big marshmallow, you know that. See, when your role model, when the gold standard is Christ, man, it's a good place to be, but it's a tough gig. Anyway, right, we've got time for some questions.
Yes, some time. Oh, by the way, you mentioned Dick Johnson. It was 1980 that someone threw the rock on the track.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Dick Johnson. I was there. Saw it. The Holden for the international guest. The two major manufacturers had battled out of the Hardy Ferota, as it was then known, the 1000 Hardy Ferota 1000. Were Ford and Holden, GM, and Dick Johnson drove the Ford. He was winning, and some GM fan, Holden fan, threw a rock about that big, rolled it down the hill onto the track, and Dick Johnson collected on the way through. He famously called them all dickheads later.
Yeah, it cost him the race. I'm a Holden girl. I wasn't born at the time, but that's just a real low blow. That's just nasty to do that. That's just piss weak, in my opinion. No matter how much you hate Ford.
Yeah, it's the expression is wrongly used a lot, un-Australian, but that really was everybody, both Holden and Ford fans, sort of, no, that's just not the way. I mean, on the hill the night before the race, it's mad, crazy chaos, I can tell you. And I was just a 20-year-old kid, fucking hiding in my car, hoping that I made it out alive. And that's one thing, but to spoil the race like that, no, that's just not acceptable.
It is. All right, Rick, let's get into some questions. We've got a lot there. So, again, I apologise. We can't get through them all tonight, but we'll get through, Rick, as quick as you can. Hi, Rick. I'm wondering if you know of anyone who has actually received a fine for not having voted in our last federal election. I haven't, and I can't help thinking that it may be because the Alliance really has taken control of this nation. Any thoughts? I have heard at the state level, people have received fines at the state level, but I haven't heard at the federal.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard it either.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. Rick, thank you for all you're doing. I am looking to invest in property to assist my children in the future. I do believe there will be a reset change of some sort. Will the housing market still be an investment option now, or will the bubble burst and take housing down with it? I also have another housing question after it. How will the housing situation get better in the future?
Okay, really quickly, before the money, this is prudent planning, and I respect it, no problem. But make sure your relationship with your family is set up first, because the land and houses mean nothing. I mean it. You want to fix that mother-father wound if there's any dramas. Now, if you're in great shape with the family, brilliant. Now, again, not a financial advisor. I can't give advice. I've put, but I can tell you what we've done, whatever modest bits and pieces that the brilliant bride has been able to put together, we put into silver, because we were told many years ago, this is exactly what we were told, that silver will reach parity with gold and then in time be 4 to 6 times the value of gold. And that doesn't mean gold staying where it is. There's probably going to be a rebalancing. Silver as a metal is one of the most controlled metals on the market, and there's a reason for that. But when it reaches its true value, it'll accelerate. So that's where we're putting everything. Simple as that. It's just silver. End of story. That's what we're doing. It's not a suggestion. It's not a recommendation. Everyone's different. Now, my understanding of the real estate market will be this. There will be a resettling. To imagine, there are a lot of people have passed that haven't been noticed yet. So housing supply, our guess, is going to go up. The overpriced houses are going to drop dramatically. They might drop by half. The reasonably priced houses in really reasonably priced areas might drop marginally, not a great deal. This is, again, the advice. It's not a recommendation. But if I had money, would I be buying shares or houses or bonds or anything like that right now? Absolutely not. At all. Not at all. There's two types of investors. There's the buy and hold and the buy and sell. My natural predisposition is to buy and hold, although I'm happy to buy and sell if there are good opportunities that I can understand. And that's what you've got to do. You understand. If you don't understand, you don't invest. It's simple as that. Warren Buffett. Not a nice man, but good investor. That's what he said. And so I wouldn't be putting anything into land or houses right now. I just wouldn't. Now, if you think you've got a better take on the market, fill your boots and go for your life, but I wouldn't touch it. I would be putting my stuff in silver, which we have done, and we're very confident and comfortable.
Thanks for that, Rick. Scripted distractions, Russia, Ukraine, Canada, California fires, riots, protests in the US, Israel, Iran. What do you think we should be looking elsewhere for now? China taking Taiwan, if not already done on the quiet, or are we entering the time of global military takeover and the arrest of all satanic government black hats? Regards, Len.
What should you be doing? Go to the garage and start cleaning up the garage. Go to the pantry, clean the muck out of that. Do the gardening. Turn off the mainstream media. Don't worry about anything that they are saying. I mean it. Make sure you've got food and water and whatever you need. We've been talking about this for ages. Get yourselves prepared. It's not going to be a long shutdown because the world will go nuts and the White Hats can't afford the world to go nuts. But there will be a period. There you are. I was hoping you'd put that up. Thank you, Sarah. Screenshot that, folks. Literally get your house in order. I mean it. And start with your relationships. If you need to ring up and apologize, then say so. If you need to ring up and whatever you've got to do, this is the time to do it. And I mean it. It's more important for you to clean out your garage than it is to find out what's going on in the Ukraine. Let it go. As I said,
I agree. I'm so tired of hearing Palestine, Israel. I'm like, dude, we got enough problems here in Australia. Yes, I get it. There's issues, but come on. We got plenty of problems right now. Like, for example, in Melbourne, they've got screening booths at the airports and only Muslim women are allowed to go through to get screened through the, like the metal detectors. My friend was on a flight there 2 nights ago and said, yeah, only Muslim women allowed to go there. They had Aussie girls manning the booth and they had to have a bloody headgear on. Fair income, mate. We've got enough problems that we need to sort out. I will say this, Rick.
Yep.
You mentioned physical fitness. That sounds like way too much effort. If only we could take a magic pill that just makes me super fit.
Can't do it. You've got to work out.
Yes, we do. Yes, I definitely agree. And get one thing, I was really, really, really sick a couple of weeks back. We had to cancel, I think, 2 green rooms. I was really crook. And what kept playing over in my mind, you know, we talk about we will die for our children, but are we willing to live for our children? In other words, are we willing to make the healthy decisions, you know, cut back on the grog? If you smoke, try and cut back on your cigarettes, make the right food choices, not just for you, but for your family as well. So, yeah, that's one thing that I am trying to do better in my life, diet and exercise. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, hang on. No, you're right. It just occurred to me. You're dead right. There are things to do. There are. If there are homeless people around you, help them out. If there are issues that are upsetting you, then speak up. There's plenty to do here in Oz. Turn your back on the world. Seriously, this is such a massive distraction. I mentioned in a recent show the Free Papua movement. 500,000 people killed. 500,000 in Irian Jaya, which is next door to Papua New Guinea, which is just over the Cape York Peninsula. 500,000, folks. And with the bloody capacitors, Indian Special Forces, killing them. And what? Nobody cares because they're jigaboos. We have to cry and weep over Palestinians. We have to tear our party dresses because of the Jews. Fuck them. Seriously. What interest do we have in Israel, in Palestine, in Ukraine, There are countless countries in Africa that are where Christians are being slaughtered, but that doesn't rate a mention. Men, women, and children. And that doesn't rate a mention. Why? Because they're Christians or they're black? Every time you shed a tear for Israel, you're a fucking idiot. Every time you shed a tear for Palestinians, you're a fucking idiot. Not because they don't deserve tears. They do. But they are intentionally dragging you into their little shitty world for no good reason. They have been doing this for years. And the people that say, oh, well, the Bible says you've got to be good to Israel, otherwise God's going to come and beat you with a stick. Fucking really? You're kidding me, right? Really? God's chosen people. Bullshit. Oh, and by the by, if we're supposed to support Israel, is it the Likud party or the Labour Party? Which policies are we supposed to support? Grow the fuck up. Let it go. Have a look at Australia. Let's work on saving Australia first. And everybody else can, we don't care. There's nothing we can do. The tears won't help. I saw a stupid ad for the UN Commissioner for, whatever it was. Who knows? Some Australian guy. It's a tragedy. Oh, booty-hoo. We've got Australian kids that are being taken from parents because they're being thrown out of their houses in Queensland. These are good parents, nothing they did wrong. And the kids are being taken away and the pets are being taken away. By whom and to where? And we're supposed to cry for fucking Abdul or for fucking Jaime? No. Here, Australia first. We've got stuff to do, folks. Now, we're doing our bit. Get out there and do your bit. Now, the good news is the Australia One people are doing it. They really are. They're out there. Taree, out there helping the people with the floods. And 10 out of 10, well done. Because we're not a community outreach organisation. We're not a flood assistance team, but our people are doing it. And you don't have to be part of A1. But I tell you what, you could do worse than join up with A1 and meet some good people that are working hard to save the country. But seriously, anything the news is talking about, you can sit back and watch because it's all a lie. And forgive me for topping up the swear jar, but I am sick to death of Israel and the Middle East. Fuck them. Seriously. See ya. Okay, next question.
Excellent. Okay, this is a bit of a long one. I followed the Q post from October 2017 and became somewhat disillusioned when none of the predictions seemed to be happening, but for early 2025, things started to fall into place and it became apparent that Q was not some sort of LARP or PSYOP that was not blowing smoke up respective asses, as alluded to by 60 Minutes and the MSM. It is very much now like we are on an aircraft circling, waiting for landing instructions, and now making our final approach to the Q posts. And the Q posts are locking into a scheduled timeline. The last Q post is 4966, November 27, as follows. What is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Why? Mankind is repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. How do you protect your DNA? There is a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension. The question is, what do you make of this, Rick?
All I can say, literally, great question. It's a valid question. The same thing. Look after your family, look after yourself, get yourself in order, get yourself personally in order, get your house in order physically, because what's coming will make everything that's occurred in the last longest period seem like a very bad nightmare. So get yourself organized. Seriously. Look over your fence, make sure your neighbor's fine, make sure your family's fine. And that's about the extent of my interest at the moment. That's it. I don't spend time deep diving anything unless there's a very good reason for it. And I'm very specific on what I deep dive on. And the rest of it's just nonsense. There's a bunch of people just talking. It is a massive deception campaign. There's a lot going on. But let me give you an example of if we did a deep dive, and I mentioned this previously, but I'll mention it again. People say, well, why are the chemtrails still flying? Why are there still chemtrails out there? And there are. And sometimes my flowers bloom and they're brilliant. I couldn't believe it. And then there's some more chemtrails and all of a sudden they're all dying. And I'm thinking, okay, what's going on? Now, imagine Bill Gates and his mosquitoes with the pathogens inside the mosquitoes. You heard this, and how they spread the germs and the pathogens by mosquitoes. So what better way to do it than to use the enemy's technology, chemtrails, and the enemy's pilots who are going to hang. Have you seen their patches they wear? Spray them and bury them. And they're spraying us with barium, but on the patch, it's got a little headstone meaning bury them. They are knowingly killing people. They don't care. But imagine using them to spray, I don't know, a mild pesticide that'll kill gazillions of mosquitoes so we don't get attacked. Can you see how it is so deep that if you went down rabbit holes, you'd never come up for air? So unless you are a white hat and you have a job to do, look after the family, look after the house, get yourself squared away, apologize for all the times you were a complete dickhead to the wife, the children, the husband, your brothers and sisters, your aunts and uncles and the rest of it, whether they accept it or not. Do your best and get on with it, because what's coming is going to blow you away. And yes, we're getting close. It's the best I can say.
Thanks, Rick. Okay, next one. The news about Trudeau paying Channel 9 with a promissory note, do you think that's white hats educating people or an attempt to have courts declare them invalid?
So I missed the beginning of the question. Something about the promissory note?
Yeah, the news about Trudeau paying Channel 9 with a promissory note. Do you think that's white hats educating?
It's just, don't worry about it. Anything with Trudeau. Trudeau's not here anymore, folks. None of them are here anymore.
Let's here. What about this question? Are some of the provinces in Canada seeking to break away, i.e. Quebec, Alberta and British Columbia? Or is this fake news?
I think they'll find out that they are not, Canada is not, what they'll find out is, okay, let me go back a step. Everyone is picking a start point in terms of the authority or sovereignty of their nations, and they're all arbitrary. Let's go back to 1871, the Organic Act. Let's go back to 1776. Let's go back to. Okay, Canada's going to find out they're not a country. Never were. So is Australia, New Zealand, and who else? And we're going to come into the category of territories, and then we're playing are we sovereign countries or corporations? Well, it doesn't matter. They are using whatever system they can to have some basis for reasons for moving forward. And that's what they've been doing. They've been playing the corporation game because they're playing an adversary in their wheelhouse, so to speak. So the adversary plays according to a set of rules. Now, the reason why the Black Hats, the Cabal, the Committee of 300, all of them, play to a set of rules is they don't like each other. This isn't one well-organized amorphous mass. This is a bunch of competing crime families all scratching for their piece of the action. But they have to have rules, just like the mafia, just like the five families of New York, right? They're killers and murderers and rapists and whatever. But they play according to rules because it's not good for business when they have a little war. So they will fight according to the rules and play according to the rules. So what the White Hats have done is, well, we're going to play according to the rules too, because that's the way they have to do it. And they're going to use their own people against each other. They're going to get their people to say and do what the White Hat wants them to say and do. And they don't know that they're being fed by White Hats. So back to Canada. Are they really going for separation? Well, there's no separation to be had because they are not part of a sovereign nation. Canada never was. I said it back on the hill in Canberra. Ukraine never was, ever, wasn't a nation. And we're going to find out we're the same. And so we're going to be a territory under the control of a corporation, which will then eventually give us the possibility of getting our sovereignty back. And that's why A1 is laser-like focused on the future, creating an awareness within the people about what sovereignty is, divine law, natural law, human republican law. So when the question time comes, what do you want to do? We go, hey, we know exactly what we want, and this is the way we're going to do it. That's why, again, the distraction is actually wasting your time. So with Canada, they'll be part of the US because they are never part of Canada, and there's going to be a reasonable case put to them that they'll happily join the US. Now, the French-speaking Canadians and the English-speaking Canadians there's always been tension there. There's that Gallic arrogance that they seem to carry with them. but they're going to find out that the only way forward is exactly the way this is going to happen, and that's what will happen, because it is the only way forward. And as I've been saying, I'm sorry, Sarah, I know I'm going on a bit, but we said some time ago the only way forward is military. Why? Because we couldn't do this. In a month of Sundays, we couldn't organise, Australia could not organise ourselves to run this place as a country. Why? Because the Masonic filth are so deeply embedded that when they're gone, and they will be gone, the expertise is gone as well. So it's going to take time. Canada's going to find itself in the same situation. You know, running the Department of Treasury is not like running your self-funded superannuation account. A little bit more complex. Okay? So Canada, it'll be part of the US.
Sorry.
We will be... Go on.
I've got it. I've read it wrong. It's Warren Tredrea. He's a former Aussie ruler.
Warren Tredrea.
Warren
Tredrea.
Yes. I don't follow AFL at all, so I don't know. So apparently it was him.
What, he gave them a promissory note for something?
Yeah. That didn't make sense when I read that out. I was like, that just don't make sense.
Okay. I can pivot. Hardly a challenge. You ready? Watch this. Hardly a challenge. Warren contacted A1 a little bit a while ago, and he was just putting out some feelers to find out what we all like, and were we a good fit for him? Because he struck me as a thoughtful and intelligent guy who could see some nonsense, didn't like it, and wanted to change his approach. Nothing came of it, and there's no harm, no foul. But as I said, he struck me as a thoughtful, intelligent, informed individual, and he's probably gone down a few rabbit holes and said, you know what, I'm going to give you a promissory note, and you can jump in the lake. And what he's doing is probably standing on his digs and saying, no, you're not going to do me anymore. So I don't know specifically what the promissory note concerned, but that's probably a better explanation for the question.
Yes, that makes more sense. Yeah, he was employed by Channel 9 from memory. I think he had his segment, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, sorry about my stuff up. I didn't read that. Got Canada on the brain.
Hardly a challenge.
Okay.
Hardly a challenge. I can talk for 10 minutes. Hardly a challenge. I can talk for 10 minutes on anything.
We know that, Rick. Okay, all right. Next one. Just two more. I've got two more questions. Okay, number one. Could you explain a bit more about the significance of Trump's parade? What does it really signify?
Trump's what, sorry?
The significance of Trump's parade.
Oh, okay. Great cover story and distraction. It was brilliant. First of all, it's the 250th birthday of the Army. Now, the point of that is that's genuine, and that's happy birthday, US Army. What's key, though, is the Army was established before the Constitution was even written. They didn't have a government. They had nothing. They had a continental army with a general and rules, what they used to call articles of war for the Army to abide by before they had a constitution, before they had a Declaration of Independence, before they had any of that shit. And so this was a statement to everybody saying, when martial law comes in, this is why. This isn't some sort of takeover like a South American junta. No, this is what they had before they had a government. And this is what the Army specifically was created because after the fact, they decided that they were separating from the Declaration was written after the fact. They decided there and then they were separating from the government. Not for any of the reasons that were recorded in the Declaration of Independence. They declared their independence later. The Army was out there doing its stuff. And so what they're saying is to all the people, this is absolutely correct. The Constitution can be thrown out and started again. We can do this. Plus, it was a great distraction to terrify the Democrats because they thought it was an invasion. Plus, we know that Washington, D.C. is not part of the United States. And now they've got the US Army well and truly entrenched there. And it was a combination of distraction and in your face. Here we go. This is when this happens. It is entirely lawful and correct and part of our history, the DNA of our history.
Excellent. Thanks, Rick. Okay. Final question. It's two parts. With reference to looking glass technology, do you have any information regarding a great natural disaster that Australia will face this year? Also, any remarks regarding the Deagle depopulation forecast for us and the world?
The second one first, Deagle. Yeah, Deagle's been an interesting one. I haven't checked recently. Initially, Deagle.com had us losing 10 million people. I don't know if that's been adjusted. I think Australia will lose in the vicinity of 5 or 6. And I don't mean to sound like that's just academic, it's real. We're going to lose 5 or 6. They're hoping to cull us to about 15 million. I don't know if this website's been upgraded or whether they've actually even got those projections anymore. But they wanted to kill 10. I think they're going to get about, and hopefully less. And this is the brutal mathematics of war. This is warfare, folks. That's just the way it is. So it'll be worth looking up Deagle to see whether they've actually got those numbers in there anymore. And what was the first question again? Looking Glass, Natural Disaster Australia. Yeah, I don't know anything about a specific one. I know that for some time, remote viewers have projected catastrophic geological events, which led to massive sea rises. Didn't affect Australia too much, the projections. The projections devastated the United States, a lot of land underwater. Whether that's actually going to happen or not, I don't know. But that was what was being projected. All you can do, folks, is hang on and watch what happens. I think we're going to be in better shape than we think. Are things going to go south, be bad? Yes. Can we do anything about it? No. Absolutely not. The scope and scale of this war is beyond our comprehension. And I mean it. This isn't about Australia. It's not even about Earth. This is huge. This is enormous. And so, I don't know. Just keep ears to the ground, and if it's real and you see somebody and you can help them, please do so.
Excellent. Thanks, Rick. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, for jumping on. Apologies with the Rumble issue. I will upload that video as soon as we finish here. Rick, any closing comments?
Watch the movies, please. Even if you think it's unmitigated horse feathers, please watch the movies. Do it. It'll change your life one way or the other. And as I said, if there's one thing I want you to get out of tonight, it's in those films. It'll change your life and it'll prepare you like nothing else for what's coming. And what's coming is not the current Earth 2.0 with the bad guys gone. We've got to be worthy of it, folks. Got to be worthy of it. And that's about it, really. That is about it. Thank you so much. I do want to give a shout out to two groups of people. One, the A1 people. You guys are legends. You're just superb. You really are. You're out there as often as you can doing what you can. And some people are out there every weekend. And some people, because they're of a certain age, they'll put their white T-shirts on, their A1 shirts or their blue A1 shirts, and they'll go to a local cafe and sit in groups of 5, 6, 7, 8 having coffee. And it's just that constant reminder to people out there that we are here doing our job. And the second thank you is to the people that are still putting in their 5, 10, 20, 50, $100 donations to keep the show rolling. As you heard at the beginning, Sarah is drawing an outrageously expensive stipend of $0 per month, which I double every month because her performance is so superb. None of us are taking a cent, guys. None of us. It just goes for insurance and IT and you know, stuff like that. And that's it. So thank you. What's that, Sarah?
I said insurance and IT, it adds up.
It does. Every month. Every month. But that's to protect our people when they go out and they do their things. But anyway, thank you to everybody. Thanks for watching tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. Please remember those innovations and all there's so many things that we as Australians should be proud of, and we will be in the future. We are, ladies and gentlemen, we are the mothers and fathers of this new land, this new Australia. It's going to be awesome. It'll be epic, and you're all part of it. So there will be some tears. I get it, but stay calm. Storm's coming. Let it wash over, and then we get to work. That's it from me. I'm going to go take out the rubbish. It's rubbish night tonight. The glamour that is national leadership.
Have fun with
I might
that.
have some dinner as well. Yeah, I will. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Meg. I know Meg's not here. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Rhiannon. She's doing the work behind the scenes. My name is Ricardo Bosi, National Leader of Australia One. We'll see you again soon.
God bless you, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosi. And I forgot his guest name, or the person running the show. I guess it wasn't his guest, but good show. We've been on a while. I was thinking about waiting until tomorrow for this. I might take a look at it, though. It's supposed to be about the real Romanov story, but I don't like it. God, I can't play that song. Oh, this looks like something somebody threw together. It's not a documentary. Those look kind of cool, though. Watch it for a second, see what it says. There'd be something about this music, though. I'm melting, guys and gals. Is there really no talking in this? This sucks.
The story of Nicholas.
Oh, somebody talks. Might not be so bad. Of course, it's still small.
We're talking about the Romanov family tonight. There's a new book put out by Mesopotamos Publications, and they've put out this amazing, beautiful, thick, wonderfully put together book called The Romanov Royal Martyrs, What Silence Could Not Conceal. Nick Nicholson is a historian who studies the Romanovs, and he's here. He helped on this book. He provided some of the documentation, different things, and he's going to be here tonight to talk to you about this book and about the Romanovs. I do want to say something about this book. A few things. One is it is full of beautiful photographs. It has, I want to say 58 pages, something like that, of photographs, and they've been colorized by a woman named Olga Chernina, and she painstakingly went through and colorized these beautifully, and they bring the family to life. They bring the whole story to life, and really the book itself brings everything to life. It's a lively portrait, they say on the back, and that's so true because it draws specifically on letters and memoirs and things written by the family and by their intimate friends, by their priest, by people who really know them and understand what's going on in their own words. So you really, reading this book, you come away feeling like you've gotten to know them. So it's really very remarkable. So without any further ado, I would like to welcome Nick Nicholson to the program. Welcome, Nick.
Good evening, Alyssa. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming on. I'm so excited about this conversation. They are a great love story.
The thing that you really feel in this book, which you don't feel in other sources, is the love. And I think that's what people are really drawn to. Nicholas and Alexandra were one of the great love matches of the end of the 19th century. They adored each other from childhood until the day they left this earth. And that love was reflected in the way they raised their children. And because you spoke to Marilyn, there's a wonderful story in the book that Marilyn translated in which the confessor was terrified to talk to the children about their sins because they were so pure. There were sins they hadn't even heard of, and he was afraid he would mention them to them by accident. And it's not that these children were sheltered, it's just that they were raised in a very high moral atmosphere, and they just weren't exposed to a lot of the baser things in life. It's a fascinating thing.
It is, absolutely. And as you say, they are a great love story. Nicholas was not supposed to marry Alexandra, right? Like his family very much needed him to marry someone else. And then this book tells wonderfully, because, one nice thing that I want to point out about this is that it actually starts a generation earlier. And you are following initially the story of Nicholas's father and how his life goes. And you come to, Nicholas is born, and we go all the way through his childhood. And it was important that Nicholas marry, I believe it was someone from France, right, to shore up relations, as royal families do. And yet he was in love with Alexandra. And I think that this comes out so beautifully and in such a lively way that it really is true that this story very much is a love story. Now, yes, it really is beautiful. And I also want to say that there are pictures all the way through. So you just keep feeling like you know them, right? You're watching them grow up. You're hearing about Alexandra's childhood. So tell me, I guess we sort of assume that everyone knows the story of the Romanov family, but not necessarily. So tell me, sort of in a nutshell, how would you describe, especially now informed by all of this new information, how do you describe the events covered in the book, especially, let's say, after Nicholas and Alexandra are married and he's reigning?
Wow, that's a tall order. But I think that the biggest points are to really focus on the fact that when the situation was already difficult at the time of their marriage, they were unable to have a long courtship. They were unable to have a long time to get used to being married. Alexander III died unexpectedly shortly before the marriage, and as a result, Alexandra, who was then a princess of Hessen by Rhine, arrived in Russia, as people said, behind a coffin because Alexander was so sick and unfortunately died. So the marriage was very hasty. And unlike Nicholas II's mother, who had been born a princess of Denmark and who had decades to get used to being the wife of the heir to the throne, and then 13 years on the throne as empress herself, Alexandra found herself, quite young in her early 20s, as a foreigner in a foreign land with a new faith, married to the emperor. And she had no time to adjust. And she was shy and retiring by nature. And she landed in a very difficult personal political situation within the Romanov family. What we forget is that Nicholas was very young. He was, I think, 26 or 27 when he became emperor, and Alexandra was slightly younger. And his mother, the very powerful and charismatic Dowager Empress, and his favorite uncle, Grand Duke Vladimir, his father's younger brother, were only 47. So his uncles and his mother and his close relatives, really, they had expected to have another 20 or 30 years of service. And suddenly they found themselves outranked by their young nephew and his new bride. And anyone can imagine what it's like to suddenly have a 20-year-old running everything. So they were concerned, and they had a lot of advice, not all of it good. And Nicholas found himself without sufficient experience in managing his family members. So it began that way. Alexandra was shy. She grew very close to her faith. She began having children very quickly. She had 4 girls and then finally a son in 1905. And she really devoted her time to her spiritual life and to her children. They were the center of her world. She was not interested in court politics. She wasn't interested in a lot of the public roles of the Russian empress. And she really left a lot of that to her mother-in-law. This made for a very close family, which you read about in the book. While all of this was happening, we learn in this book that Nicholas was not really the weak and anti-progressive ruler that's usually portrayed. There is a wonderful chapter in the book on his very successful domestic reforms. He did a lot of things. He really changed the educational system in Russia. He abolished the poll tax. They created a voluntary health insurance program. They limited working hours for workers. There was a lot of very interesting and very charitable social welfare that occurred in Russia under his reign that people don't pay much attention to. But it was not enough, and Russia drew closer and closer to revolution. There is a wonderful and very important chapter in the book on the Revolution of 1905. We're largely taught that the Revolution of 1905 began with a peaceful demonstration led by a priest, and that the priest and his followers, most of whom were workers in St. Petersburg factories, were fired on by the imperial troops. But this book shows letters which have never been published before in Russian or in English, one in particular from the police chief. And it turns out that that Russian priest was a double agent, and he was working for the far left and double playing both sides, and that in fact he had been warned repeatedly that he should not lead these people into the palace square, but he ignored it because he needed them as props. So in fact, these poor people just followed him, trusting that everything would be fine, and they were literally led to the slaughter by this man.
It is really fascinating, because one thing I had never heard about that was that the people had one story, right? They thought that he was going to present this order or this letter to the emperor. He knew the emperor wasn't even there.
Exactly.
In no way was he going to do anything that he told them, and they really believed that they were just asking for some more reforms. So was the information coming out before the archives were opened, is it like tainted by a Soviet perspective? Is that why it was misinformation? Was that intentional in order to create a mythology about the birth of the Soviet Empire or the Soviet Union?
No, I would not say that. Largely because, not entirely, largely because there was almost no information available about Nicholas II and his family in the Soviet Union. They did not fit into the Soviet understanding of history in any way, except that they were a failed ruler and the end of a decadent foreign dynasty who had done nothing but harm to the Russian people, period. So sure, 1905 was of interest to the Soviets because it was the first time the workers rose up. That was the sort of basic story. And the arc of that story is that what began in 1905 was finished in 1917. But that's not really true. All stories are much more complicated. They're rounder and they have more depth than we're accustomed to. And all of these new documents just add layers and layers of understanding to a very important historical moment. So there are many documents in this book that are quoted in this book from the Russian archives that were found by a man called Dr. Pyotr Multatuli, who is a renowned Russian author and journalist and historian. He's a professor at the Moscow State Institute for Culture and Arts, and he's devoted almost his entire career to research and writing about the distorted truths in relation to the reign of Nicholas II. And his contributions of documents for this work were very significant, very significant.
And of course, Nick, we're talking about how there used to be sort of a different narrative understood about the Romanov family, but since the 90s and since the opening of the archives in Moscow, there's so much more information now for people to access and for historians and everyone else that as we really flesh out the story, we see that it's very different from some of the assumptions and some of the way that the story has been told.
One of the things that, of course, happened with the changes in the politics in Russia in the early 90s is that the archives became available to scholars, both Russians and foreigners. And a lot of the new documents that are used in this book are a result of that openness.
And of course, this book goes through with all sorts of wonderful citations and, letters that they wrote to each other and to friends and diaries and memoirs. And it's just, it's really beautiful. It's very personal, and it involves a lot of direct sources, right? You're not hearing about them, you're really reading them yourself, and they're quite lovely. So we just talked a little bit about 1905. There was a revolution in 1905 that was sort of considered like the beginnings of the unrest that would become the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution. And it's so different from the way that it was told. Now, is everything different the way that it was told from the way that it was told before? Like, for instance, the intervening years there between 1905 and 1917, are they understood differently now or imagined differently now that we've seen these new sources and this new information?
Well, political observations aside, I think that the story of the family and the raising of the children is seen quite differently. back when the earliest versions were written of the lives of the family, there were people who were close to the imperial family who talked about the Grand Duchesses, for example, the 4 daughters of Nicholas II and Alexandra, and they remarked sort of in passing on their personality, and it led to sort of a thought that these girls were interchangeable, not very well educated, that they didn't see much of the outside world. But this book gathered together an enormous amount of research on the lives of the young women and also their brother, the heir. Dr. Helen Rappaport, who's an acclaimed author and historian and Russianist, has written many books on the Romanovs, and she was a consultant. And my colleague, Helen Azar, with whom I was honored to co-author a translation of the diaries of Grand Duchess Tatiana. Helen has done full translations of the diaries of Grand Duchess Olga, Tatiana, and now with George Hawkins has done Grand Duchess Maria. She's going to be doing the diaries of Grand Duchess Anastasia next. Now that the girls can speak for themselves, we have a very different picture, and those diaries and letters were incorporated into this book. So we have a far richer understanding of these young women and their talents and their abilities and their thoughts about duty and their position within the greater imperial family, and the work that they did, most particularly during the First World War, when they became nurses and worked in hospitals and came into contact with everyday Russians who were wounded and incredibly sick. There are descriptions of Grand Duchess Tatiana performing the most unspeakable surgeries without even blinking at the age of 17. The Empress was noted for her extraordinary compassion and her abilities in the operating room, as was Tatiana. Grand Duchess Olga was a little more sensitive and didn't do as well in the theater of war, but she was helpful on an administrative level. And even the youngest girls, Maria and Anastasia, had a lazaret, an infirmary where they went and visited with soldiers who were sick, and they really paid attention to who was going through and where they came from. The girls are described as being endlessly interested in other people and very engaged and interested about where they came from, what they did, how long they had traveled. They were really interesting lives cut short. It's very sad, but we get a real sense of them in this book, and we haven't before.
Absolutely. That's true. They've just sort of been the 4 sisters, right? Like, oh, they're all just a bunch of sheltered, sweet little girls, whatever. And here you really begin to understand each of their personalities. And I thought it was so interesting and really lovely the way that they were raised. They were accustomed to doing work. Like, they were accustomed to getting involved. They're like cutting wood, they're
right.
Kind of amazing, really neat, down-to-earth Christian young women. And they are active and involved and doing things. Talk a little bit more about maybe their personalities and I guess how they were raised. Yeah, that's so unusual, I would imagine, for princesses to have these experiences. And, they're so different, I think, from other royal families.
Well, it's true. And again, our ideas of what constitutes a royal family really come from the West. We look at England and we look at the German royal families because there were so many German princesses. And largely, princesses in the West were raised almost to have no religion because they never knew who they were going to marry and what faith they were going to have to adopt. They were raised in a kind of neutral way so that they would fit into whatever country they moved to. And that was never the case for Russian Grand Duchesses and even for the daughters of the Russian Tsars before they became emperors. They were bound to orthodoxy. They were raised Orthodox. Part of their dowry was that they would never give up orthodoxy and that they would build churches wherever they moved. So this was an intrinsic part of their lives. And to Western scholars, I think they find the religious observances of the Empress and the Emperor and their children excessive. But for those of us who are Orthodox, there's nothing excessive about it at all. It's just they weren't fanatics. They were just models. They went every morning for morning prayers. They went for every evening. They had evening prayers. They confessed regularly, but far less than we do today. They confessed at the beginning of the feasts and at the beginning of the fasts, and then of course at all the feasts. And they regarded confession with enormous reverence, perhaps because it didn't happen so frequently. And they really lived a fully Christian life by example. They had wonderful examples in their parents and in their close relatives and in the friends that they formed from the Russian noble families who had greatest access to the imperial family at court, all of whom were raised the same way. I have to say they had a gentle faith that was not oppressive in any way. And I remember vividly, many years ago in my own experience, a woman from a Russian noble family saying to me, you're so interested in the Romanovs, but you'll never understand them until you're Orthodox. And she was right. It's many of the things they do that Western historians say, I just can't understand why they did that, make perfect sense when you understand they had a complete acceptance of God's will for them. And they didn't argue. They didn't fight. There was no self-will. They were really in God's hands all the time and felt so. And other people felt it as well.
And I want to say we have a phone call. We have someone calling in with a question for you, Nick.
Sure.
Tim in Ohio. Tim, are you there?
Yes, indeed. Thank you so very much. I think this is just a fascinating program. I can't see how you're going to be able to cover even 1/10 of it in the hour.
Tell me about it, Tim.
There's no way. This book is amazing.
The questions I have are not going to help you at either. I
feel like we should have an episode for every chapter, honestly. But all right, Tim, let's hear them.
In the West, you kind of touched on this in a couple of points that you made. I mean, in the West, we kind of think of the royal family, more or less, the English kind of like thing, and they don't really have that much power. And but then you described a number of things that Nicholas actually did. Can you kind of give just a thumbnail sketch of how much power he had and whether there was anything similar to a House of Lords and that type of thing that had any power at all?
Well, it depends on what time in his reign you're speaking about. Because when he inherited the throne, he inherited absolute power. Russia was one of the last real autocracies. I think even now, only Saudi Arabia comes close. The emperor had absolute sway over everything, and all law came from the emperor. So he had absolute power and was raised to be an absolute monarch. And while his grandfather, Alexander II, had been quite liberal and had instigated many kinds of liberal reforms, his father, Alexander III, was more reactionary and had done everything he could to maintain peace and order during his reign, even if it seemed a little oppressive or greatly oppressive to many Russian subjects. Nicholas inherited this momentous and difficult type of power, and it was in 1905 that Russia became a constitutional monarchy, and they erected the Duma, which was a representative form of government. There was an imperial senate where the senators were appointed by the emperor, but then there was also the state Duma, which was full of elected officials from various social classes. And no country can go from an autocratic monarchy to a fully functioning constitutional monarchy just because someone says that it is so. And Russia did not have the opportunity to slowly develop into the kind of constitutional monarchy that we understand today, as it is known in Britain or Spain or Denmark or Norway or Sweden or Belgium or Luxembourg or any of the other monarchies that exist today. Everything they did was new ground and an argument. And Dominic Levin, who is a brilliant scholar, says, that Nicholas II was not an idiot. No one could have presided over the type of change that he was expected to preside over with any degree of success. It was too much change, too fast, in a moment when the world was hurtling towards a world war. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I think you did it brilliantly in a very short number of minutes.
Let's talk about the last days, because I just found, the captivity and the death and the aftermath of their deaths was so amazing in this book. Tell us a little bit about how, the captivity and what you find to be, I guess, the most important things that come to light from the various documents that you've been able to see.
Well, we've touched a little bit on the fact that World War I began in the summer of 1914. And of course, it was a major international issue. But Russia had an enormous role in the First World War, and it had a very difficult beginning and began to gain traction as time went on. But by the time the end of 1916 arrived, though it seemed like things were going a little bit better, internally in Russia, things were not going as well as they had been. There was a lot of objection to the war. There was a lot of objection to the continued losses on the various Russian fronts, and things were getting more difficult in the capital. The thing that this book presents, and I think it does it extraordinarily well, is a whole new day-by-day account of the February Revolution of 1917, which was the first of two revolutions that year. The 1917 revolution is sort of known as the Liberal Revolution, in which the monarchy was toppled and the provisional government, which was a liberal democratic government, came to power. But the provisional government had very little ability to control the situation, and in fairly short order they were outnumbered by the Bolsheviks, who were elected in October, which became the Second Revolution, and the Communist Revolution. So immediately after Nicholas II's abdication, there was a period in which the family were held captive in their palace, the Alexander Palace at Tsarskoye Selo, and they lived there from February through the summer. And then they were taken to a place of what the provisional government said, greater safety, to Tobolsk. But when the communists took over, it became more difficult. The family was separated, and Nicholas and Alexandra and their daughter Maria went on to Ekaterinburg, and the other daughters and their son remained in Tobolsk until they could be moved to the final location. So we have letters from the entire family during the period in Tobolsk when they were under arrest, and we get a very strong sense of the diminishing nature of their lives as they were refused access to other people, as their objects began to be taken away from them, and as they began to cling more tenaciously to their faith. They were full of forgiveness for the people around them for what was going on, full of hope for the future. And there are very moving letters, particularly a prayer from Grand Duchess Olga and a letter from Grand Duchess Olga in which she says that her father has forgiven everyone and begs everyone to forgive for what has been happening in Russia, and that the evil in the world will grow only stronger, and to remember that only love can defeat evil. Hatred cannot defeat evil. So they moved inexorably towards the end with an enormous amount of faith and a great deal of courage. And the documents that were discovered during the course of this work by the brothers at Mesopotamos are really instrumental in an understanding of how the family dealt with this and how they, looked with great hope towards being together. That was the only thing that mattered to them. As long as they were together as a family, they could get through anything, even death. And it's an extraordinary example.
There's much conversation. I think there's even a play on Broadway right now. This idea about Anastasia perhaps getting away, or, all of these, there were these stories. I guess the Habsburgs had kind of an idea that they were going to intervene. They were going to have a mission that was going to rescue them. And of course, it never came about. And we know now for certain through DNA records that it never happened. Everyone was together. But I think it's always so interesting that there's, over these 100 years, there's been such a hope that perhaps one of them got away. Perhaps, maybe they all got away. Maybe that's not them, because we just don't want to see this. We don't want to see this sweet family martyred. But of course, that's the conclusion that they're marching toward. It's interesting to me that they were allowed to have priests visiting all the time. They were having divine liturgies. They were serving typica. They had vespers. They had really a lot of church services. As much as they were denied the ability to move around, as much as the things that they owned, their objects, their clothing, things like that were starting to be kept from them, they were still always allowed access to the church.
Well, not always. I mean, the number of services they were allowed to attend grew fewer and fewer as time went on. And in Tobolsk, they were actually quite happy at the beginning because they could attend church services in the cathedral, but it became a problem for their captors because people knew the imperial family were there, and it was very difficult to maintain order when they were out in public. So they began to have private services at home, and by Ekaterinburg, they weren't allowed to go anywhere, and their windows were whitewashed, and they were barely allowed out into the courtyard. So the fact that Father Ivan Storozhev was allowed to visit them was very important. And the translations of Storozhev's attendance at those services are very important in this book, and the translations make clear that the family was suffering, but also knew what was going to happen to them. He felt very clearly that they understood that the end was near, and that they had sort of already had one foot into the next world.
It's very clear that they grow more and more solemn. Right, each time that he comes and visits. And in fact, I think there's one time, it's after everyone has been reunited in the final place there, that one of the, maybe it's someone else comments to the priest that they didn't sing. And you can, and they can feel that like this family always sang the hymns. They always sang all the way through the service. And this time they had stopped singing. And you could tell that they were preparing themselves, and that they had, I want to say, if I recall correctly, there was a moment in the service, they did a typica, and they all came down on their knees at the same time and just prostrated themselves in prayer. And there's this amazing unity, right? And it feels like not just a familial unity, but really a religious unity, right? It's a spiritual feature. It's hard to explain, I think, but it's interesting to me because it feels like it's not just parents and their kids together. It's truly a group of Christians facing martyrdom and understanding that.
I think you've hit it really. I hadn't even thought about it, but those last days and those last hours in the chapel for the abbreviated service, and then again in the basement. It is the days of the early Christians played out again in modern times. Then we move to the most horrifying part of the book, which is the description of the murder itself. And it's treated with enormous taste and solemnity. There's nothing sensational about this. It's horrifying to read. But with the assistance of Dr. Michael Cobble, who's the former chief scientist of the U.S. Armed Forces DNA laboratories, who's been working on this since the beginning, the monks of Mesopotamos were able to pull together all of the various descriptions of the execution and the martyrdom and to place them up against one another to find out which facts are consistent through all of them and which reports are consistent. And in doing so, they've gotten a sort of 360-degree view of the actual events of that evening, which are, they're unspeakable. And it's important to read. And I think that everyone should, even though it's very difficult to understand that this could happen. It's sort of how the 20th century started. And we move from that first execution, in the basement to the horrors of the Russian Civil War and the Stalinist era and the Second World War and the Holocaust. It's just a progression. And as Nicholas II said, the evil in the world will grow stronger, and it certainly did. But it's profoundly spiritual, and in many ways it's easy to see it as something joyful, because in the end, in fact, they were together, and in fact, in the end, their love was greater than the evil that surrounded them. And today, what are we left with? We're left with their love. In this particular situation with the imperial martyrs, their lives are so close to us historically, the monastics felt that it was important to really look at the examination of the actual historical facts, but with an Orthodox perspective. And they were very careful in looking at all of the primary and secondary sources that were out there. And when they could, going back to the original documents. And this is something which historians are supposed to do. But in the West and in English, when writing about the Romanovs, many writers are satisfied with things that have been published already. So as a result, there are a lot of misconceptions. There are a lot of lies, which are told over and over again. There are mistakes that are repeated continuously continually. We see the same stories showing up because once it's in somebody's book, everybody else quotes it. And the fathers of Mesopotamos were very careful to go back to the original documents, and in many cases, retranslating documents that had been badly translated in the past. So that made for a very different understanding of the imperial family and their road to martyrdom in 1918.
Now, so speaking of retranslating and looking back at the documents, are there new documents still emerging about the family?
Absolutely. And I would have to say that the most interesting thing that the monastics did was they helped gather this team of people who were really interested in the project. So for the first time, we have English translations of Grand Duchess Elizabeth's letters to Nicholas, which were done by Sophie Law, who works at Bonham's Auction House in London and studied Russian. She read Russian at Oxford. And these are the first time that anyone has seen these letters in English. They were published in Russian in the 1990s, I believe, but no one has read them in English. These were the first full translations of Melgunov on the February days and the revolution. These were the first appearance in English of the Kremenitsky letter about the revolution of 1905. These are the first full translations of the letters of Ivan Storozhev, who was the family's priest in the final days at Ekaterinburg. This is the first full translation of the depositions of the Novotikhvinsky nuns who sent milk in Ekaterinburg. So while the documents themselves are not new, having them in English is. And they have completely reformulated our ideas of what life was like for the family.
So when you say that, what was the previous understanding of what life was like, and what kind of revelations are now coming to light from these documents?
I think there are so many, it'll be hard to get into all of them here. But I think for an English-speaking audience here in the United States, the thoughts and ideas about the imperial family are largely formed by the book Nicholas and Alexandra, written by the late Robert Massey. And Robert Massey and his then wife, Suzanne Massey, who you should have on this show if you haven't already, wrote a really extraordinary book, and one which made almost everyone in the field, it was the first book they read. And Robert Massey did an extraordinary job, but the book was published in 1969. And it was written largely using sources that were available in the teens and 20s, and which he compiled for the first time. And so it's the book of Nicholas and Alexandra and the movie made from that book that really give most people their understanding of what the family was like. That Nicholas was a weak and prevaricating ruler, that Empress Alexandra was a religious fanatic and very difficult, that Rasputin held enormous sway over the family, that the Grand Duchesses were all, basically indistinguishable from one another, and that in fact, it was a foregone conclusion that the Russian Revolution was going to happen because of the decadence of its society and the inevitability of the fall of kings. And none of that is true. It is a very biased and small view of what this book put together by the monastics at Mesopotamos reveals to us.
I think that's very well put. That's certainly what you describe is not what I got from this book, for sure. And it really is, it's lovely to be able to get this inside look at what they were really like, right? I mean, we're seeing actual letters between Nicholas and Alexandra. We're hearing accounts of the various conversations. I think of Alexandra in one place in this book, she hasn't heard from him, and he's gone off on the front, and she's waiting to see if he's alive or not alive, and it's, you can really feel it, and it's very human, and it's very real, and in no way is anyone a caricature or too weak or too religious or too anything. Everyone just feels very much like real human beings. It's really very beautiful, and it's amazing.
It's not the tragedy that people are drawn to, but their happiness with one another.
For anyone who reads Alexandra Fyodorovna's correspondence, it will become obvious that she really was far from cold and haughty. Her personal writings show that she was a very caring person. She was very involved with her children, and in the notes to them, she appears as a loving mother.
My darling Tatiana, very tender kisses and thanks for your dear letter. That's a dear you pray for old Mama. Perhaps God may make her better, but sometimes he sends illness for the good of one's soul. A good hug from your loving old Mama. God bless you.
I was surprised to be approached by the fathers of the monastery for this project, and I remain incredibly honored that they asked me to participate in this extraordinary work of faith.
The Fathers of Mesopotamus Monastery drive this project with a devotion and love for the Romanov royal martyrs, which echoes the love the family had for each other and for God.
Because there was so much historical material available to them, they were exceptionally careful about only going to verified original sources. And as a result, through their efforts, they've countered many myths and outright fabrications, which have been repeated for years in books. And I think all readers will be grateful for this.
In addition to this, the videos they have produced about the Romanov family are some of the most moving films I've ever watched. The manner in which the last Romanovs met their fate was inspired by love, and with the work of the fathers, the family's example can be known to all.
The evil there is now in the world will become yet more powerful, and
it is not evil that will conquer evil, but only love. Grant us thy patience, Lord, in these our woeful days, the mob's wrath to endure, and when that hour comes, to pass the last dread gate, breathe strength in us to pray. Father, forgive them.
All right, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that. That is all she wrote for tonight. Freaking exhausted. Hope you enjoyed the show, and I really appreciate you guys sticking around. We've got 17 days till July 4th, and I think that is going to be the first day of our new republic, of our new everything. Yeah, I know. Sounds wishful, hopeful. You know, and it's not like they're going to tell you everything to life that day, but there's some amazing things coming out bit by bit. And I sort of hope that day's like a breaking of the dam in a way. I hope. Either way, we'll be all right. But it wouldn't surprise me if Israel tries to pull something. And I know it's not as easy as we think to think it's all so black and white, but anything can happen at this point. Got to be safe, got to be vigilant, be smart, stay out of the bullshit. I am out of here, guys. I'm going to go rest, and I will see you again tomorrow at the same time. I suppose I will look real quick, see if anything else has come up while we were on here. Any other news stories breaking. Besides Annie Burrell dying, Ann Burrell, I don't know how you say her name. The food lady, the cook. I don't know. Anything else going on? Panthers win the Stanley Cup. See if there's any updates on Christy Nome. Then I'll let you go. A powerful X1 to 2 class solar flare just erupted from the sun. The most intense category of solar radiation burst. That always happens, doesn't it? The flare could disrupt satellites, cause radio signal blackouts, and potentially trigger geomagnetic storms over the next 24 to 48 hours. Interesting. Trump's having lunch with the Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan tomorrow. I'm pretty sure Iran was supposed to, do the biggest attack of the century on Israel tonight, so they say. We'll see how that goes. Secretary Nome experienced an allergic reaction earlier today and was taken to the hospital as precaution. She's currently alert and recovering. That's weird. I don't know. I have a feeling we'll hear more about that down the road. Anyway, guys, I think that's everything for tonight. Everyone get some sleep. Have a good night. Have a good rest. Hey, Rebecca. I've just now seen you there. And, yeah. Hope you had fun. Hope you learned some things. God bless y'all. Until we meet again tomorrow. Have a good night, guys. Love ya.